Can't even make manual beating dog. Manual better. Can't play manual beating dog. Us make manual beating dog. You know now what make manual beat.
Majesty. Jesus is Lord. Jesus is Lord.
Because I'm training or warming up. Can do that, but talk to me, you want that? Okay, no.
Really just for the...
It's for the stream.
Yeah.
We'll talk to you about
Well,
no. Not about it. Sir Banks. What is it? What?
So you don't have to rush it. I mean,
Okay.
wait till they come in.
Okay, I get what you're saying. No, man. When you're done, yeah, man. That's a good idea.
Yeah,
You know, last year is why. But it's a good idea, you know. Great idea, but I think last year was just so much like this year again. But it's a good suggestion. So
I think the vibe is better this year.
yeah?
The vibe is
Yeah, man.
Check, check, check. Good morning, St. George's and St. Catherine. Good to see you here. Morning, Coach Banks and Coach Morgan. Keep at it. Emmett Park has great memories for me. I remember just getting news I was getting into the youth trials. Came with a new confidence. I took 1 for 99 of 8 overs and cracked one through the slips. That's what I do remember. But let us pray. Father in heaven, we beg forgiveness of our sins, the sins we know about and the sins we don't. We ask that right now that we have a good time today. We enjoy the fellowship. Help a couple of us from here to go on to greater things. Doesn't have to be the IPL to get into the national team. And we pray that everybody has good health and strength through the game, no injuries. We pray for those who are organizing the game. We pray right now that we all know we can't leave you out of our future. Jesus Christ of Nazareth, amen and amen.
Good morning and welcome to day one. All right, good morning and welcome to day one of the Abnormal Cricket Bonanza competition. We will be having St. George's College playing against St. Catherine High in a best of two series. Want to shout out our sponsors, major sponsors being eLearning Jamaica, Parry Jamaica, Boys Town Cricket Club, the Aviation College of the Americas, and Yardi Sports. It is a ISA and JCA sanctioned competition, and the video streaming is being done by Abnormal Production House, with the sound being done by Fam's House. And your commentators today will be Akim Fraser and Mr. Marlon Pinner.
Good morning to you, Akeem Fraser. Former Jamaica Scorpions, all-rounder Akeem Fraser. Two umpires in the middle win. That's Williams. And of course Johnson. And Williams is from Kingston. And while Johnson is from cool Manchester. Cool breeze so far, Akeem.
Yeah, it's a strong wind blowing from the south coast, from the Kingston Harbour, going pretty much in the northwesterly direction across the field here at Emmett Park. Lovely day for cricket. There were some early showers this morning. It brought about a bit of a delay to the start, but we're looking forward to two promising days of cricket, two 35-over games, limited overs, 7-over power play at the start with the general rules.
Just to the right of the home of cricket, the Mecca Sabina Park as well. Defending champions Excelsior High School has been withdrawn from this competition. They have been dominant over the last 2 years.
They definitely have been. They have produced a number of talented players. When you look at the likes of Tamari Redwood, who is in the Jamaica Scorpions team now, the senior team, and then you think of somebody like the likes of David Duar, who featured prominently in the Jamaica Under-19 team, DeMarcus Scott, Nikolai McKenzie, a host of regional youth players. So a dominant program there, but they aren't the focus of the next 2 days. The focus will be St. George's College and St. Catherine High. So we're looking forward to 2 exciting days of cricket.
And I'm glad you mentioned those players. Those players would have represented parishes in Jamaica as well. St. Catherine, they won the toss and they've chosen to bat first. 2 batters in the middle. Cornwall, the taller of the 2 batters, and Mackenzie.
Yes, and when you look at the St. Catherine High team, going from 1 to 11, we have Tristan Cornwall, Mark Mackenzie, Delano Farms, Jaheim Freighter, the captain, Rajay Wilson, Lennox Lawrence, Anthony Aiken, Chad Cortez, Jordan Osborne, Dejan Lewis, and Mr. Thomas at 11.
Such an excellent team as well. Good players, good bunch of players in the midst for St. Catherine, led by the captain Freighter, who was represent Jamaica at an under 15 level.
That's right, and he is somebody that would have represented an under 17 squad that recently faced an America's team. And there we have the first ball of the innings, delivered by Rajay Peck, left-arm orthodox spinner from St. George's College. A bit of a loosener, a long hop to start, but well stopped at square leg by young Jade Gray.
I think Cornwall missed out on a freebie on the line of the leg stump. It was short. It was there for the taking.
Definitely. A much better follow-up there from Mr. Peck. A ball on a good length defended by Cornwall. And the score is 0 after 2 deliveries.
What this competition does is bring young players into the midst of the national teams.
Yes, recognition for all young players here. A bit of a misfield there, but still a dot ball, and St. Catherine yet to get off the mark.
You look at the St. George's team, some key players in their lineup as well. Captain would have represented Kingston and St. Andrew in the JCA competitions as well.
That delivery there had a bit more pace. Mr. Pinnock, some bounce as well. Young Peck is someone who has trained with the Kingston Cricket Club squad, and really looks to get his deliveries in with a bit of pace, darts them in, and tries to mix the variations.
Well, you have a lights of Hakeem Fraser, who is also the captain of Kingston Cricket Club, and to a lesser extent, Patrick Carty Jr., who's very experienced, would have played at the highest level for the Scorpions.
Definitely. Good tutelage there for young Peck, and he's someone that we're looking at for the future. And there we have St. Catherine getting off the mark. Pull shot played into the mid-wicket region, lofted over the mid-wicket fielder, and they scamper through for a single. And that's the end of the first over of the day, delivered from the Roden end here at Emmett Park, with St. Catherine being one without loss.
Not a bad first over. Apart from the first delivery that was dragged down, since then you have came back and with some variety as well. I'm glad you mentioned that Kingston Cricket Club, they have managed to win back-to-back titles. Hakeem Fraser.
Yes, well, we're double champions in 2024. 2025, we got to the semi-final stage of the Senior Cup, and the 50-over competition was disrupted by Hurricane Melissa, but it's set to restart in February, and we're hoping to go all the way there.
I'm glad you mentioned restart. You're the captain of Kingston Cricket Club, and you have been a champion for the last couple of years. What makes the success of Kingston Cricket Club?
I think it's really down to the planning and the discipline of our units, proper planning and execution, and for the most part, it has delivered the fruits.
Not quite so. So a new bowler has been brought on as well. Is that the Wilson end? It is. And it's going to be Gabriel Smelly. A medium fast.
Smelly operating here with right arm over the wicket. Starts off with a wide delivery signal by umpire Williams. He's starting with deep cover and a fine leg here inside the power play. Only two fielders allowed outside of the 30-yard circle for the first 7 overs. Very strong wind blowing to the northwest direction of the field. It will be going, well, Mr. Smelly will be running into the wind, so that might pose a bit of a challenge for him.
Well, he's getting the ball to shape away from the right-handers as well.
That's a much better follow-up there from Smelly. That ball, a bit of bat and pad there, drew a very light appeal, I would say, but hitting the mark there with the second delivery.
Yes, this time around, Cornwall is solid behind the line of that delivery, but credit again to Smiley on target.
Definitely. Oh, and Smelly beats the batsman outside the off stump there. That delivery back of a length. The batsman was a bit lazy in getting back and across and trying to punch it through the offside. Looking at this field here from St. George's College, no real catchers inside the power play here. I think that they can be a bit more positive in their field placements, probably putting a slip for the new ball bowler.
In fact, no slip in place, Hakeem.
Oh, and Smelly bowls him. Great start to the innings here for Smelly, striking with his third delivery, second legal delivery. And St. Catherine are 2 for 1.
Excellent delivery. I mentioned it from the first delivery. He's getting the ball to shape around. That was a prime example. Beating for pace and also swing. Excellent from Smell.
And you know how the old adage goes, balls on the stump, you miss, I hit. I think it has been a good start from him. It's been positive. Looking for St. George's to be a bit more positive with their field placements now, having gotten the early inroad inside the second over here, and they'll look to put some more pressure on St. Catherine High.
Jubilation. Perfect delivery. Perfect start for the fast bowler. Now look at the celebration to go with that wicket. It means a lot to him, Hakeem.
Definitely, all the youngsters are excited. This is a really exciting proposition, an exciting project being brought forward by Abnormal House here. I think about my days representing Jamaica College in high school, and there was a lack of visibility, a lack of exposure, and I say it in 2026 now, the 20th century, any exposure that our youngsters can get, displaying their talent is welcome.
And we're looking players to represent Jamaica at a senior level. And so far, so good in this abnormal competition. We have seen some bright talents. You mentioned about David Duar, who have represent Jamaica at an under-19 level. And your teammate as well,
Nikolai Mackenzie. Oh, Smelly goes. He's been on the money thus far. That delivery just outside off stump. The new batter, Delano Forbes, plays a leave alone.
This is an excellent start to the opening day of the tournament as well. Lovely breeze, outstanding condition for cricket.
Great conditions for cricket. As I mentioned earlier, I was a bit worried with the showers this morning, but it has really cleared up. Oh, that's a nice stroke there from Forbes through the offside. A bit of a misfeel there by the fielder at cover on the circle, but they scamper through for one. Well played cover drive there, Mr. Pino.
Excellent cover drive. Only thing he had to do was get it to the right or left off mid-off. And it's going to be a boundary, but straight to the field. A run nonetheless. As I mentioned, the total goes up to 3 for 1.
Very good shot, but it also shows the discipline being showed by Smelly, because he had the fielder in the covers, but he also had a fielder out at deep cover on the boundary. One of his two fielders outside the circle. So Smelly is clearly bowling to a plan here. Now we have Mark Mackenzie, the opening batter, facing his first delivery.
But still no slip.
Still no slip. A bit concerned by that, especially with the start that Smelly has had.
I'm not a bit concerned. I'm really concerned. No slip with the new ball operating at the moment.
Oh, a bit wayward there from Smelly as he pushes that one down the leg side. You see teams around the world employing this strategy, especially in limited overs games, where they try to have a left-hand, right-hand combination at the crease at all times. It poses a bit of a challenge, and it's a bit unsettling for the bowlers. They have to adjust the radar at every instance. Oh, full toss there from Smelly, but not capitalized on by Mark Mackenzie. Timing off, second delivery of the innings a bit late, but St. Catherine High at the end of 2 overs are 4 for 1. Mr. Pinnock, what do you think of the start?
A successful start from St. George's College, getting a wicket in the second over, and credit must be given. They're home ground as well. I would say the condition more suit the bowling, the lovely breeze blowing across the surface. It could be in for an excellent treat this afternoon.
I think it was a bit of an interesting decision for St. Catherine High to bat as well. They obviously trust the depth of their batting, but with the game having started a bit late due to moisture in the surface, I thought they probably would have wanted to take a look at the surface and probably have a bowl first. But that being said, they won the toss, they decided to bat, and it's about how they recover from a somewhat sedate start.
Well, your teammate is back into the attack. He's second over from this end, the road end.
Oh, and he bowls in. Brilliant delivery there from Young Peck. Left arm around the wicket, almost a Yorker, and it removes Delano Forbes. Brilliant delivery from Peck, angling in at the stump.
Perfect delivery. And Forbes is disappointed, but what a delivery that was. Came back with the arm. Delano Forbes playing over the ball, lost his off stump, but jubilation again for the home team, St. George's College.
Definitely, Mr. Pinnock. I think it has been a very good start. You see this strategy employed around the world as well, especially in limited overs, with the left arm orthodox spinner opening the bowling and angling deliveries back at right-handers especially. Very attacking proposition, because it brings in play the LBW dismissal, the clean bowl dismissal, and if there's a bit of turn, it brings the outside edge in. But a lot of pressure being applied here by St. George's College, striking, taking 2 wickets inside the first 3 overs pretty much. And St. Catherine really on the back foot. But here we have their captain, Jaheim Freighter, Jamaica under 15 representative, former Jamaica under 15 representative, coming to the crease, and he has a bit of a job on his hands here.
a good all-around cricketer. Freighter would have played under 15 for the country last season. What a big axe with his team under immense pressure at 4 for 2.
And definitely, he has to look to consolidate here, has to look to get a start and look to bat deep into this St. Catherine High innings.
Well, still no slip. There's a backward point. There's a cover. There's sweep on the cover boundary. There's also mid on and mid off. A straight mid wicket and a square leg.
Excited by the start here from young Peck. He's someone that we are very excited about at Kingston Cricket Club and someone that we're hoping will transition into our senior team in seasons to come. Oh, well bowled, well bowled.
Well, this delivery was fatter, quicker to the new batter, but no shot offered. What you could see, he has a lot of variety of deliveries as well.
Yes, definitely Mr. Pinnock. I've seen him slow the pace down and use some flight and guile to the batters as well. Oh, well dispatched there by Jaheem Freighter. Short delivery on the line of leg stump and expertly pulled backward of square into the boundary for 4. This will be a good contest here.
Poor from Peck. And the captain Freighter gets his first boundary. It was short, it was undling down the leg side. All he had to do was get bat on ball. He did, and he picked up his first boundary. The total goes up to 8 for 2.
Well pounced upon there by young Freighter, showing his class early. A bit of a tough situation, but he's showing positive intent, and that's important for getting St. Catherine out of this sticky situation at the start.
A big partnership is needed from St. Catherine.
Oh, that's well bowled there by Peck. Oh, that was a run-out opportunity there for St. George's College. A bit of indecision between the batters in scampering through for the single. The non-striker seemed a bit late, definitely was not backing up, and a direct hit there or clean collection from the keeper would have resulted in a run-out.
A suicidal run there from Freighter and Mackenzie. Good for them, the wicketkeeper didn't collect. But had he collect, it would be a third wicket down for 8 runs.
Yeah, definitely not needed at this stage of the innings, Mr. Pinnock. Not a great start, and as Coach Terence Cork of the Kingston Cricket Club always says, a run-out is a bushfire in any team, and that definitely would have caused problems.
Such an excellent coach. Terence Clark would have been a part of that double under-19 team that won the competition, and then he was a part of Kingston Cricket Club success twice, and now he's a part of the Scorpion setup. Excellent coach.
Definitely very experienced, well-versed coach. Years of experience, as I've said, and one of the best cricketing coaches across the country.
Well, Mackenzie getting ready to face his second delivery of the encounter.
Appeal for leg before wicket there. That one seemed to be angling down the leg side. Mackenzie seems a bit diminutive in stature, a bit shorter, a bit smaller, and that has resulted in St. George's College bringing their deep mid-wicket in off the boundary a bit. He's almost on the circle. They're operating with a deep cover here. Seems to be the only man outside the circle. Oh, bowled him. Brilliantly bowled by Peck there. Flight and guile drew Mackenzie forward. Indecision. He was almost caught on the crease, and that ball spun back and went through the gate. Brilliant delivery.
I'm glad I will expound on that wicket, Akeem Fraser. He reminds me, in your time bowling for Kingston Cricket Club, the variety, the slowness, flighted delivery, enticing the drive. He was nowhere to that delivery, Mackenzie, and the result is a second wicket for Peck.
Definitely, that was very well bowled by Peck. I'm excited when I see young spinners giving the ball some air. Too often now, with the birth and the popularity of limited overs cricket, you see them bowling very flat, bowling a lot of darts. I'm excited when I see flight and guile and spin being used, and that was a masterful delivery there by young Peck. Very well bowled.
And it goes to show the Kingston Cricket Club family. You remember a left-arm spinner by the name of Paul, and you could finish the last name as well.
Paul Harrison.
Oh, there we go. And Patrick Carty Jr. Those spinners are very good at variety.
Yeah, he would be in good company, would be under great guidance, receiving experience from them. But credit must also go to his coach, Mr. Ebanks here at St. George's College, clearly showing that a lot of work has been done with young Peck, and this St. George's College bowling unit thus far looking very good in the field and bowling.
Such a good commentator as well. You want to see him doing commentary as well in Senior Cup cricket. That's Carl Linton. That's the name. Ebanks, such an all-round sportsman. He loves the game of football as well.
Definitely, very passionate person, and you can see youngsters need people with passion to guide them in the right direction, and you can see that bearing fruit with the St. George's College unit.
Well, on strike is the captain, Freighter, who's on 5 from 3, delivers 9 for 3, and this is over number 4. An excellent start so far by the home team's St. George's College.
They'll be very happy with this start. Oh, well bowled there by Smelly. Good delivery on a decent length. I would say good length, bringing Freighter forward. Solid in defense. It trickled out into the mid-wicket region, but no single.
His first over was magnificent as well, Smiley. And he starts on the money. His first delivery of his second.
Yeah, not blessed with a lot of pace, but he's been fairly accurate thus far, and that is very important at this level.
Well, it's a commentator's curse. It's a poor delivery on the line of the leg stump. And Captain Freighter says, thank you very much. His second boundary. And the total races up to 13 for 3.
Well, what we've clearly seen from young Jaheim Freighter thus far is his positive intent and his ability to dispatch bad deliveries. He has scored 2 boundaries thus far, one off a long hop and one off a full toss on leg stump. So he, though under pressure, is not missing out on opportunities to score. Oh, better delivery there from Smelly. Better follow up. A ball on a decent length. Draws Freighter forward. Solid in defense once again. And he seems to be just picking his deliveries here.
That shot from the last delivery shows the nature of the wicket. Such a beautiful batting strip. He's playing on the up as well.
Definitely. Good bounce and carry there. Oh, shot there. Top shot there by Jaheim Freighter. Lofted over cover on the offside. It was a delivery that was pitched up almost a half volley, and he strode out onto his front foot, lofted it over the cover region, and that is a shot of class, Mr. Pino.
Shot of authority as well from the steady right-hander. His third boundary. Well, look at that for a shot, Fraser.
Definitely positive intent. It almost seems as if he's playing a different game. He's on 13 off 7 with St. Catherine at 17 for 3.
And 3 boundaries.
3 boundaries as well. He seems to be playing a completely different game and showing his class here. St. Catherine will hope that he can get a big one and bat deep into this innings.
Such a long way to go. 35 overs of here.
Oh, well fielded there by St. George's College. That delivery was a short one. Jaheim Freighter got onto the back foot, played a back drive. Probably didn't time it as well as he would have liked, and that resulted in it just trickling out to the fielder at extra cover.
Smiley has been put under some pressure in the last 3 deliveries in this over so far.
Good counter-attacking cricket from Jaheim Freighter. Oh, that one was lofted there by Jaheim Freighter. Probably was not in control of it. That ball seemed to, it didn't come through as well as he thought it would have, and it almost presented a chance to the man at cover on the circle. Luckily, it went to him on the one bounce.
8 came from over number 4, total 17 for 3.
I like what I'm seeing here, Mr. Pinnock. A contest is being developed. St. Catherine positive in their response to the early inroads that were made by St. George's.
Peck so far 2 overs, 2 for 6, while Smiley 2 overs, 1 for 11. Very, very economical so far. Peck going at 3 runs and over, while Smiley going at 5.
Definitely. He, I think, will be one of the main dangers for St. George's College, as well as young Jade Gray, former Jamaica under 15, wrist spinner, right arm leg spinner, and Marquise Edwards, 2 players from the Kingston Cricket Club.
And that's the son of QC as well.
Junior Gray.
Junior Gray.
Oh, ball him again. Peck strikes again. First delivery of the over. The batsman Rajay Wilson goes played on off his first delivery. That one was a ball pretty much on the good length, angling back at the stump. The batsman was not positive with his footwork in getting forward, seemed a bit late, and it seems to have taken an inside edge and went onto his stumps.
Well, Hakeem, he was in no man's land with that delivery. But credit again to Peck. He has managed to keep things under control, and so far so good. 3 wickets to his credit for 6 runs inside over number 3. Absolutely brilliant from the left arm spinner.
It's been a very good start from him. Very good start. He's been putting a lot of pressure on. He's been attacking the stumps, which is very important. You think about him bowling the new ball. Not a lot of spin will be on offer, but he has to ask questions of the batters, force them to play all the time and constantly attack the front pad and the stumps.
I think he was playing for spin as well. That ball just held its line and canal into the stump. Credit to young Peck.
Definitely great start here for St. George's College, and St. Catherine reeling at 17 for 4 inside the 5th over. 4.1 overs being bowled thus far.
We could be in for early day as well, Hakeem.
Well, I'm hoping not. I'm hoping that some consolidation can take place here and that we have a good contest, exciting, entertaining cricket throughout the day.
Well, the new batter is an experienced player. He's been around this St. Catherine team for some time.
The new batter being, is this Lennox Lawrence or is it Anthony Aiken?
Anthony Aikens, the new batter.
Oh, good delivery there from Peck. The batters thought about a single. Oh, disappointing overthrow there from the man at cover point from St. George's College. A single was definitely not on. That's skipper Francis. He had control of the situation, but I think he was a bit overzealous, I would say, and a wayward throw, and that overthrow gave St. Catherine, I should say, the opportunity to scamper through for a single.
And happy is Aikens. He's off the mark, first delivery.
And this right here, I think, is the contest, Mr. Pinnock. Freighter has been positive thus far, but he cannot afford to give young Peck any more wickets. He is holding the St. Catherine batting effort alive.
He has been magnificent, Peck.
Oh, Freighter early out onto the front foot with that delivery. It was a bit short, almost back of a length, I would say. A lot of bounce on it, but he does not want to be caught on the crease like the other batters, and he's being positive with his footwork by striding forward early.
What we have seen so far from this man with ball in hand, he's very skillful, and he can cause a lot of dimp. We have seen 3 dismissal, and if my memory serves me right, all 3 are wickets hit.
Yeah, you're correct there, Mr. Pinnock. He has been very accurate and has attacked the stumps. Oh, Freighter misses out there. That delivery seemed to have been an arm ball. It was flatter and faster. Angled on the line, a leg stump almost going down. It rushed Freighter, who didn't get the chance to execute the pull shot that he's played so expertly thus far. And he would say that he missed out on a boundary scoring opportunity.
He really missed out with no fine leg in place and a short square. All he had to do was get bat and ball. He didn't.
Oh, that's a short delivery there. Long hop, that one got a bit of spin. Seemed to have slipped out of Peck's hand. Not much control on it. He knows that this contest is important, and he seems to probably be overthinking or putting himself under some pressure here. With how he's bowled thus far, I think he just needs to relax and execute. Oh, better delivery there from Peck. Better follow up. Delivery back of a length again, but Freighter was forward and pushed it into the cover region to the man on the circle, and he got through for a single.
So 2 runs came from over number 5. It is 19 for 4.
That was a good over there. Good contest, Mr. Pinnock. I think St. Catherine are aware of the threat of young Peck, and they need to keep him out from getting more wickets.
So Cornwall went for 1. Forbes went for 1. The not out batsman is captain, who's on 14 from 13 deliveries. And of course, Aiken is on 1 from 1 delivery.
No changes in the bowling thus far. It seems to be smelly to continue, Fawcett. Well, there seems to be a bit of a change now for St. George's. And this is Captain Mikel Francis coming into the attack.
So Smiley has a wicket to his name so far, while Peck has 3, and 3 fantastic delivery as well. Credit must be given as well where it's due. He has managed to be very, very effective for his team, St. George's College.
Yes, Mr. Pinnock, definitely agree. The wind has picked up here at St. George's College. Strong wind blowing across the field from the Kingston Harbour, blowing northwest across the ground. Pretty much blowing into the face of the bowler, operating from this Wilson end, the end where the scoreboard is at.
So the captain, he's decided he's going to take up matters into his own hands as well. So it's captain to captain, Fraser.
And it doesn't start too well there. It starts with a full toss that is pushed out to the mid-wicket region by Jaheim Freighter, fielded by Marquise Edwards. You look at the field being set here by St. George's College. There is a man out at deep extra cover and a man at long on. They know that the wind is very strong, blowing across the ground, and the man at long on may come into business with a misguided delivery. So said, so done, Mr. Pinnock. That one was a high one. I thought it might have been called a no ball by the umpire. Was not signal, but a wayside full toss dispatched over mid-wicket by Jaheim Freighter, who has been in a no-nonsense mood and has been dispatching all loose deliveries.
His 4th boundary as well, and he's in some fantastic ball striking mood as well, as the total goes up to 23 for 4 in over number 6.
Probably not the best start by Michael Francis here. I think based on the start that St. George's College had, he could have allowed Mr. Smelly to probably deliver one more over inside this power play, but as the captain, he knows best and he should hope to recover here. That is a better delivery, worked out aerially for a bit into the mid-wicket region by Freighter, but fielded by Marquise Edwards, and skipper Francis hitting the pitch now and seems to have found his feet.
A very experienced player as well. Michael Francis would have played senior cup cricket for Kingston and St. Andrew as well.
Yeah, experienced cricketer, senior player in the St. George's College unit. Oh, that's worked expertly into the leg side by Jaheim Freighter. It seemed like a slower ball from Francis, but he picked it up. He waited and expertly played a flick through the mid-wicket region. He's really been peppering the shorter leg side boundary here at St. George's College.
What was special about this shot, he waited and played the ball under his eyes, picked the gap perfectly well, and picks up his 5th boundary, and he goes up to 22 from 17, and a total 27 for 4.
I think the overcover shot was the shot of the day, but that one was probably the best executed in terms of having full control and playing it all along the ground. And then he goes into a back drive there, a thick outside edge. It goes through the vacant 3rd man region. They get through for 1 and they come back for a 2nd. Not a strong throw from Peck. Chaos here, Mr. Pinnock. The keeper misses it, but all is well that ends well for St. Catherine High. They get 2 runs.
Well, Akins was looking at 3rd. He's not the quickest on the park. But had the wicketkeeper collect, it could be more trouble upon trouble for St. Catherine. He didn't. And a 2nd run as the total goes up to 29 for 4.
I think the 3rd run was on, but Jaheim Freighter is clearly showing the positive intent. He wants most of the strike here. He wants to do the scoring and take control of this situation. He knows how important his innings is to the St. Catherine High contribution.
Really is very important as this one is driven out to that cover region, well fielded by the fielder at cover. His innings is very, very important if St. Catherine High are to mass a decent enough total or a threatening total here at St. George's.
I think that was a better delivery there, Mr. Pinnock. When you look at the last couple of deliveries bowled in the over by Michael Francis, they have been outside off stump, forcing the batters to score on the larger side of the field, and I think that's wise, especially in limited overs cricket. You don't want batters targeting the smaller side and hitting with the wind. That can spell chaos for your team. So I think that was a better comeback in the over by Captain Francis.
Well, 10 runs came from his first 3 dot deliveries. And the man of the moment so far, it seems like he's going to...
We have a change in the bowling here. We have former national under 15 representative Jade Gray coming in to the attack from the Roden end, the end where the basketball court is at St. George's College. Peck out of the attack, had a very good start, early inroads, and he's probably being saved for later down in the inning. This is the last over of the power play. Interesting move by the captain, but he's hoping for positive results and a good start from young Gray.
A very interesting move, Hakeem. Very, very interesting. Final over after power play. And your spinner already has 3 for 8. And the final over of the power play. It is another experienced player as well who have played at the under 15 level.
And Gray into bowl, right arm over the wicket, starts well. Good delivery just outside the off stump. It brought Anthony Atkins forward. He pushed a cover drive to the man at short cover. Oh, a bit of a slog there, a bit agricultural. Takes an inside edge through the legs of the keeper and goes down pretty much in the third man region. They scamper through for 1. And it will be interesting to see this matchup here with the positive Jaheim Freighter and the leg spinner bowling inside the power play with only 2 fielders out.
What is good, Gray is not afraid of flighting the deliveries. And he's giving the ball here, enticing the drive, mid-on and mid-off inside the 30-yard circle as well.
Oh, well bowled again there by Gray, but also very well played by Jaheim Freighter. Good cricket all round. Well bowled, well played, and well fielded, Mr. Pino.
Excellent matchup as well. He was to the pitch of the delivery and stroke it out to that wideish mid-off area. What a positive intent being shown here from the captain Freighter.
Definitely. Oh, well bowled again there, young Gray. Good feeling again by St. George's College. They've been very good in the outfield thus far. The throwing has not been great, I must say, but the ground feeling has been good. That's a well bowled delivery by Gray, well played again by Jaheim Freighter, and this will be a good contest, I think. I think if Gray keeps on attacking, he will produce an opportunity or 2 with the flight.
I still think a slip is needed as well. He's spinning the ball away from the right-hander.
Oh, positively played by Jaheim Freighter. A shorter delivery and on the back foot and punching it down to the man at long off.
Well, that shows the power of the man Freighter. Great dexterity on this occasion, only for a run. But that shows how destructive he can be if he bats up to 30 overs.
Yeah, he was very positive there. Was onto the back foot in a flash and showed his power and technique, getting it down to long off for a single. Well bowled again by young Jade Gray. I wonder if you noticed here, Mr. Pitt, a bit more flight was used there to Anthony Atkins as opposed to Jaheim Freighter. It shows situational awareness from Jade Gray. He knows that Jaheim is the more positive batter, the stronger batter, probably the more experienced batter as well. But bowling to Anthony Atkins, he knows that he needs more inroads for his team, and he was seeking to attack him a bit more there.
Only 2 runs came from his first as well. But this man, Jaheim Freighter, he is the man for St. Catherine. He's the leader. I would want to lead from the front and pose a decent enough and challenging total for this St. Catherine team.
Definitely, his intent has been good thus far, and he will need some support. It's all good and well if he plays well and strikes the ball positively, but he will need 2 or 3 other batters to spend some time with him there, because I always say limited overs cricket is something that I believe in, that the team should look to bat their maximum allotted overs. And funny enough, Mr. Pinnock, we see a change being made and Smelly coming back into the attack, operating now outside of the power play. The first power play has ended, so he is allowed a maximum of 4 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle. Now, I was in disagreement with him being pulled from the attack. I thought he should have closed the power play. It would have given Mikel Francis an easier proposition in getting into the attack with more protection, but the change has been made quickly. Oh, well bowled again there by Smelly. Appeal for caught behind. He beat the batsman outside off a ball just back of a length. Freighter a bit sluggish in getting onto his back foot to play the back drive, but still Mr. Pinnock, no slip here, and I'm hoping that St. George's College will not pay for this error.
Yes, been lazy on this occasion. Freighter 25 from 23 deliveries.
Oh, that's a masterful straight drive down the ground by Jaheim Freighter. Well executed, long on and long off. Out on the boundary here, and it was well fielded by the man at long off coming across, but good cricket all around there, I would say.
That shows the confidence of Freighter, not afraid to get on the front foot, and so far so good. His stroke playing has been remarkable so far.
And I've also been impressed with his control, Mr. Pinnock. Very good control being displayed thus far, clearly showing his class, but you'd love to see him going on and getting a big score and not getting a pretty 20 or 30. Oh, good delivery there by Smelly. I think there was a possibility of a single there with the man on mid-wicket out on the circle. Captain Freighter was not happy about that. He saw the opportunity to score a run and get back on strike. Lack of awareness showed by Anthony Atkins there.
15-run partnership from 20 deliveries so far, and majority of the runs goes to the captain himself, who's on 26 from 24 deliveries.
Oh, well bowled again there. Smelly beats the batter outside off. There's an appeal for caught behind, but not out. Decision from umpire Trevette Williams. I think St. George's College can be a bit more positive here, Mr. Pinnock. I think a slip needs to be brought in. They've been beating the batter outside off on a number of occasions, and you think with Atkins being probably the lesser of the two batters here, another wicket would really send St. Catherine reeling.
And the mid wicket is deep on the 30-yard circle as well.
Oh, well bowled there again from Smelly, fielded by Peck at point, and a accurate throw up over the stump to the keeper's waist. That's good cricket all around.
This is what we want to see. Young players getting involved in cricket, loves the game of cricket. Showing great commitment on this occasion was the fielder at backward point. The return was perfect, and the fielder at mid-wicket coming in to back up. That's excellent all-round cricket on show.
Definitely. Good to see at this age. Oh, full toss there from Smelly. Not dispatched by the batter Atkins. He seems to be getting his eye in a bit late on that delivery as well. Smelly would say he probably got away with a bit of a loose delivery there, but he has bowled a good spell thus far. He has supported the other bowlers well, supported Young Peck well inside the power play, and he came back there with a good over, a bit more control displayed after the over that was a bit expensive from that end previously.
Only a run came from that over as well, and the total I guess should be 40. Well, 32 for 4.
32 with most of the scoring done by young Jaheim Freighter.
And he has been very, very outstanding with his stroke playing this morning. You could hear the cheers on the field of play, and that's great signs for young prospect of Jamaican West Indies cricket.
Oh, well bowled again there from Jade Gray. Freighter comes off strike, goes onto the back foot and plays a back drive out to deep extra cover. Fielded by Captain Francis on the boundary. Feel well set, I think. The only change I would make from a St. George's College point of view is probably bringing a slip into play. I would bring a slip into play and remove the man from short third man.
I'll definitely have a slip for this man on strike, Akins.
Oh, and that one is squeezed backward a point into the offside from Anthony Atkins. Got onto the back foot and played a bit of a late cut, manipulated the gap.
So immediately after the captain gets on strike, you realize the sweeper goes back out on the cover boundary. So too is long on and long off.
A clear show of respect from the St. George's College team and also game awareness.
Well, they are willing to give him a single.
Oh, that one is hit straight down the ground powerfully by Freighter, fielded by the man at long on. It was a delivery that was tossed up. He went across the line of it a bit, but he kept it under enough control to maneuver it safely down to long on and pick up a single.
I think it was well flighted under his eyes as well. Could hit that ball anywhere once he stood the pitch of that delivery. He gets a run.
Definitely good control showed again by Jade Gray. He's trying to attack with the bigger end. Oh, and he fires a quicker ball into Anthony Atkins here, who gets onto the back foot and glances it down to the short fine leg region and comes through for 2.
This is good cricket as well from Anthony Akins. It was a quicker delivery on the line of the leg stump. Came inside the line and took that ball towards that vacant fine leg region for a couple of runs as the total goes up to 37 for 4.
That showed good manipulation there, Mr. Pinnock. Manipulation through the offside and then through the leg side from Aiken. Oh, flighted delivery there again from Jade Gray. Not well played by Aiken, I would say. Delivery outside off, no real foot movement, and dragged it to the mid-on region. That one would have been better suited being pushed through the offside, especially with no feelers out on the boundary there.
And there you go. A ring on the offside as well for the right-handed Akins, who's yet to get a boundary. Mid-on and mid-off inside the circle. All the feelers inside the circle, Akeem.
Yeah, and the feelers have started to close in on him here. When you look at this field set from St. George's College, they're trying to cut the single and bowl as many deliveries to him as possible.
And that should have planned. 6 runs came from this. And it's now 37 for 4. And the wickets that fallen this morning, Cornwall, he went bowled by Smiley for 1. And Forbes, that's still on. Forbes bowled by Pink for 1. And of course, Ranjay Wilson, he went cheaply as well. 2 batters in the middle shared in a decent enough 5th wicket partnership. His captain Freighter and of course Akins. And the pick of the bowler so far with 3 for 8, the left arm orthodox.
Smelly into the attack again here, bowling from the Wilson end, operating with long on, long off, deep cover and third man. Oh, that's well punched through the offside by Jaheim Freighter. Got onto the back foot quickly and powerfully struck that one out to deep cover. Probably would have loved if he had waited a bit and manipulated the field and probably hit a gap, but a single to his score nonetheless. And 1 more to the total of St. Catherine.
Well, he's good so far. Freighter on the back foot and even on the front foot. His ability to score boundaries and to rotate the strike has been outstanding.
Good awareness showed here by St. George's College. A wide delivery by Smelly, but immediately as Aiken comes on to strike, we see the fielders at long on and long off coming into the circle. They're trying to squeeze Aiken here, not allow him to rotate the strike and get some dot balls in.
Credit again to the captain of St. George's College. He's a very experienced player, nonetheless. And plays senior cup cricket as well.
Showing good awareness. Oh, the drop catch there from St. George's College. It was a full toss by Smelly, pushed out to extra cover by Aiken. Not a lot of power on it. Almost seemed like a dolly, Mr. Pinnock. A chance that you'd expect to be taken even at this level.
Even at a younger level, as easy as I got them, it's like taking a candy from a baby and sit up, gonna begin.
Definitely a missed opportunity there.
Well, this one is backed up with a brilliant bit of feeling in that cover region.
That was the captain, Michael Francis, there, I think. Good feeling by him.
As the score is kept on 39 for 4. And this is over number 10. And if you just join us, St. Catherine High School, they won the toss and batting first.
Oh, well played there by Aiken, pushing that ball out into the cover point region. Showed good manipulation. Mr. Pinnock, it's a bit of a contrast, you would think. He's a big guy, but he really manipulates the ball well. Doesn't use a lot of power, but he seems to open the back face and get the ball into gaps.
He's a huge fellow. And his coach is another excited personality in Wayne Morgan as well. loves the cricket. Wayne Morgan, he's also the coach of St. Catherine High School. Aerial could be gone. Caught!
Brilliant catch there by the man on the circle. I think that very well taken on the circle by the man at extra cover. Smelly strikes again, brought back into the attack and well executed there, Mr. Pinnock. That's the wicket that they needed, and Captain Jaheem Freighter goes
for 29 from 28 deliveries. A fantastic catch there at that extra cover region. And Smelly gets his second. A big wicket, a huge wicket. Based on the context of the game, that could be a game changer as well. This partnership was really building, Akeem. But Smelly gets his second, 2 for 15 into his fourth.
It was a very good catch taken there by Narelle Colley, but I think, Mr. Pinnock, one thing that we must bring attention to is the awareness of St. George's College. They had a good thing going. A change was made inside the power play with the captain bringing himself on. His over did not go well, and he recognized that the two men on the day, or the man on the day, was Smelly. He brought him back into the attack. A tight over in the first one back, and the second one producing an opportunity. That was not taken, and then the wicket of the big wicket being taken.
A credit again to the captain as well. The only decision I'm not happy with the captain is without a slip. The field placement has been brilliant. The rotation of the bowlers outstanding, and a prime example, that wicket, the huge wicket of Freighter for 29 from 28 deliveries.
I agree with that, Mr. Pinnock. I definitely concur. It's been good planning thus far from St. George's College, and they will be happy with the start that they have gotten thus far.
23-run partnership has been broken for the fifth wicket.
The new batter is in, and Smelly starts well again, executing the plan. Delivery just outside off stump with the batter playing a leave alone.
So a successful over for Smelly. Picks up the wicket of the captain of St. Catherine High School, Freighter. And what does it mean to him? The celebration tells it all. And the coach as well, very happy. And Mr. Ebanks, and why not? A huge wicket. This could really change the complexion of the game as well, Akeem.
Definitely. New batter there being Lennox Lawrence, but he and Mr. Aiken will have some work to do. You look at the game here, not a lot of overs have been bowled, and they need to look at batting their maximum allotment of 35.
Well, you mentioned a new batter, Lennox Lawrence, not known for his cricket ability. And a good delivery to start. But mentioning about Lennox Lawrence, he plays a Manning Cup football as well for St. Catherine.
He's a baller, multi-talented athlete, multi-sport player.
Well, he's batting at number 7 for his school in a cricket match.
And that's usually the position of the dangerous all-rounders.
Well, he's slim, and it can be very, very powerful as well. 2 dot deliveries to start here from Young Gray.
St. George's College really putting the squeeze on here. Positive intent, aggressive field placing, and good bowling from Jade Gray. Oh, that's not what I like to see, though. I think with the control and the pressure that has been applied here, no need for that quicker delivery there. It resulted in it being a long hop, but I think he just needs to bring the batters forward onto the front foot and try to beat them with flight and spin. Oh, shot over the top by Mr. Aiken there. Positive intent and the first display of power from him. Over pitch delivery with the feelers up, and he lofted that one over wide mid-off for 4.
Well, you asked for a flighted delivery. No, you got the result from Aikens. A beautifully executed extra cover drive. And it goes into the boundary for his first boundary as the total goes up to 44 for 5.
A good follow-up there from Jade Gray at delivery, a bit shorter in length. Really checking on the batsman, seeing what his thoughts are if he would play with positive intent again. Oh, shorter delivery there again from Gray with the fielders inside the circle. It was difficult for them to execute a stop. A bit of confusion out on the deep cover boundary, but it resulted in a 4, and very good execution there from Aiken. 2 boundaries in 3 deliveries to end the over.
And the total goes up to 48 for 5. An expensive final over from Gray. 9 runs came from that over. And he's none for 15 from 3. What we have seen on show so far, Akeem, he's some excellent field placement. And apart from that wicket of Freighter, it's all dominated by the home team, St. George's College, with bowling and fielding effort.
I think what's important to recognize as well, Mr. Pinnock, is the situation of the game. If you are St. George's College and you're looking at the game here, the better batter and the batter that has spent time at the crease is Mr. Aiken. So as much as you want to put some pressure on him, you cannot get too careless, and you also have to set appropriate fields. You can't be overly aggressive, because that might allow St. Catherine to jump out of the situation that they're in. So the captain might want to give it some thought and put 1 or 2 sweepers on the boundary to allow St. Catherine not to get away.
So the big man is back, 3 for 8 so far.
Oh, and he starts well, brought the batter forward, almost created a chance, dropping just short of one of the fielders in the cover region.
So Lennox Lawrence is off the mark. The man in cup, midfielder, such a tall player as well. More so suit the defensive line.
Off the mark a bit fortuitously there, Mr. Pinnock.
Wow.
Peck with his first wide ball off the innings seemed to be trying to angle an arm ball into the batter here, Aiken. I think him bowling from this Wilson end from the north, it will support the deliveries coming back into the stump, the arm ball, because of the direction of the wind.
And with that wide, the 50 comes up as well for St. Catherine High School. The total goes up to 51 for 5. But what we have seen from Aiken so far is not a power hitter of the ball. He tends to rotate the strike. He's up to 15 from 22 deliveries. 1 boundary. That shows the old trademark of the man Aikens. On the other hand, Peck 3 for 10 inside his foot.
Attention must be brought to the innings of Aiken thus far, Mr. Pinnock, because he has really manipulated the ball well. There we have Peck getting away with a full toss, a loose delivery, rare loose delivery from him. The batsman, Mr. Lawrence, Lennox Lawrence, wanted to hit that one into the neighboring Alman Town community, but he definitely mistimed that.
As you mentioned Alman Town, I guess you was a fan of Alman Town as well, Akeem.
Oh, well bowled there by Peck. Brought the batsman forward and a bit of spin. Good work from the keeper as well. Good glove work.
A good delivery this time. It was flighted, very slow, spun away from the right-hander. And as I mentioned, excellent take as well from the wicketkeeper.
But this is Peck operating well and showing his variety. He is spinning some and angling some back to the stumps as well. Good variety, good control, and good attacking, aggressive bowling.
Bright future ahead of Kingston Cricket Club as well.
Oh, that's well bowled again by Peck. He beats the batsman outside off, and the keeper whips the bails off in no time.
And credit must be given to the St. George's coach as well. He's doing a terrific job. You look at the youngsters on the field of play. The awareness is brilliant. And the field placement has been outstanding. And the catching, awesome.
Yeah, credit must go to wicketkeeper David Jones, because he's been showing some positive, exciting glove work thus far. Lightning fast hands. Oh, that is an old-fashioned agricultural slog through mid-wicket. Peck took some of the pace off, and it brought positive intent from Lewis. He got just enough of it to evade the man at mid-wicket.
A whole slug sweep of Lawrence. It was very slow. He waited, but the long levers of the man Lennox Lawrence gets his first boundary, and the total goes up to 55 for 5.
Well, it was something that I said, Mr. Pinnock, looking at young Lawrence, long levers, and I expected him to be a positive player. When you think about most of the all-rounders around the world, that is how they look. Long levers, long strides. and they hit a very long ball.
Will you talk about those players who can hit a long ball? And in fact, he's been around Jamaica Scorpion for some time as well. Been up and down, even as a night watchman at one point in time. And you played alongside some players who's very, very destructive as well.
Definitely, I think of the likes of the Odin Smith, the Rovman Powells, and even more famously Andre Russell. Long levers, big hitters of the ball.
We have seen Odin Smith hit a ball over that north stand here at Sabina Park as well. Such a powerful lad. And then it goes back. You look at Rama Lewis, a former West Indies under-19 youth player. Not much muscle, but he still has the power to clear Sabina Park as well.
Definitely. We have a new bowler into the attack here, Narelle Colley, and he strikes almost immediately. Right arm off spinner, Aiken goes forward, gets an inside edge and drags it onto his stump. And the captain looks like a genius here because he has made a change in the attack, and Narelle Colley strikes almost immediately.
Poor shot here coming in from a well-set player in Aikens. He's been around for some 23 deliveries before that dismissal, hitting across a straight delivery. Absolutely poor. And the fifth wicket goes down with St. Catherine under immense pressure at 55 for 6.
But it goes back to what we spoke about, Mr. Pinnock. Aiken did well manipulating the ball, hitting the gaps, not using a lot of power. A while ago the delivery got some air and he seemed to almost try to overhit the ball, lost his shape, and it resulted in an inside edge taking the delivery onto the stump.
What is good from Coley as well. He's not afraid to give the ball here. And the result is a wicket of Aikens. He strikes in his first. Took him only 2 deliveries. And what you're seeing on screen is a sad scorecard with a team that won the toss and batted first at 55 for 6.
Definitely, St. George's College will be the happier of the two teams at this stage. I thought, looking at the wicket, that whoever won the toss would have wanted to have a bowl. A bit of moisture was in it at the start. St. Catherine showing positive intent. They wanted to take first strike. If that was the case, Mr. Pinnock, you would have thought that they would have been a bit conservative at the start. Look to get through the period of moisture and then look to play the shots. But probably a bit of inexperience on display here and not good situational awareness.
The dismissal of the captain, Freighter, it was a very important wicket. But credit again to the captain of this home team, St. George's College. His field changing has been outstanding and his bowling change has been magnificent.
Good flight there again by Narelle Colley to the new batsman, Chad Coates. I am excited by that, Mr. Pinnock. Good flight, good guile.
Well, his variation, as you know, good so far, Coley. Not much pace on the deliveries. This is punch up to me down. A quick single. A chance for a run out. Look at that. Look at that, Hakeem Fraser. The commitment from the batter to get to the non-strikers. And that is what we want to see in youngsters looking to reach the top.
Definitely. A correction to the new batter there. It's actually Jordan Osborne and not Chad Coates. But had to scamper through for the single there, Mr. Pinnock, and then he pulled out the dive, pulled it out early and was able to get in. In the end, the throw wasn't as powerful and not as threatening as he would have thought, but he was taking no chances, especially with the scoreline at 56 for 6.
Well, his bat fell out his hand and he was diving as if he was in that sea in the Garden Parish of St. Anne. Another dot delivery. This has been brilliant. The bowling effort so far of St. George's College, the feeling, the field placement, credit must be given Hakeem.
But also, Mr. Pinnock, one thing I want to bring attention to is the end from which Narelle Colley is bowling. And he strikes, but the deliveries are no ball. I was in doubt about that, but it's a good call from the umpire. That delivery got a lot of air, almost too much air. It was a full toss over the waist height. It took the outside edge from Lennox Lawrence. He was trying to hit that one out of the park, and it lobbed to short third man where the catch was executed by Smelly. But it is a no ball and a free hit.
And the total goes up to 57 with that no ball for 6 in over number 13.
The point I was making, Mr. Pinnock, is the end from which Narelle Colley is operating. He bowls slowly, gives the ball a lot of air, so he's supported by bowling with the wind in his back. So when the batters try to go over the top, the balls are almost held up by the wind, and it presents catching opportunities.
And over number 13 comes to an end. It is 58 for 6. The current run rate just under 4.5, 4.46 to be exact. But what is good on the score chart is those 6 wickets that have lost by St. Catherine.
I think St. Catherine High has scored positively, Mr. Pinnock. I think the issue that they would have had is the wickets that have fallen. They would have loved if they had lost probably 2 or 3 wickets less. It would have set them up decently to get a positive total here. I was looking at the pitch this morning, thinking about a 35 over game, and I thought a score of maybe 140, 150 would have been a good score at this level.
I think if Jaheim Freighter was still at the wicket with this run rate over 4, and he could have maximized and get a reasonable total on the board for St. Catherine. But with Jaheim Freighter being dismissed, it's going to take a miracle for this team to get over that 3-figure mark.
Definitely there. At this stage, every single run counts for them. They need every run that they can get, and it will be difficult with Peck back into bowl. But that one is a loose delivery from Peck. Rare loose delivery. Full toss, almost at waist height, outside the off stump. It was screaming, hit me, and it was pounced upon by the positive, multi-talented Lennox Lawrence.
His second boundary as well. Poor delivery from Peck. Lennox Lawrence says, thank you very much. And he gets a second boundary. Total goes up to 62 for 6.
St. George's College must be careful here, Mr. Pinnock. They cannot be overly aggressive with their field placings. And I think that has been the situation now. You look at the field now, and only one fielder is outside the 30-yard circle. And it is putting some pressure on Mr. Peck to execute properly. Oh, full toss there. Lennox Lawrence took his eyes off it, went across the line, and it seemed to have been a close call, barely missing the off stump.
It was a flighted delivery. You call it a full toss. It was there for the taking. But Lennox Lawrence didn't take full advantage. He just shuddered the off stump on the way through.
Changes being made to the field here by St. George's College. We see the man at deep mid wicket coming out, which I think is a good move, going back onto the boundary with the strong wind. Oh, well bowled again there by Peck. He beat Lawrence in flight.
That delivery sums up a magnificent spell of bowling. That delivery was flighted, enticing the drive. And I think that was a chance as well, going a begging by the wicketkeeper.
Rare mishap there by David. Oh, that ball got a bit of spin there from Peck. He took that away from the batsman. He's been giving it a lot of flight and tempting Lennox Lawrence to go across the line. That one was a wider one with spin, forcing him to slug across it and possibly presenting a catching chance.
I think he's disappointed. Peck not lining up that delivery on the stump as well.
Oh, well played there by Lawrence. Good delivery, good cricket all round. That brought him forward. Good delivery just outside the off stump, and he was solid in defense.
Not the best of defensive stroke, but what he does was get bat on ball, and he survives.
It looked a bit ungainly, but what was important was that it was executed and it got a positive result.
The wicket taker so far, Peck 3 for 19, and Smiley 2 wickets as well, and Coley a wicket.
Wide delivery down the leg side there from Peck. That one strayed a bit. And good glove work from the wicketkeeper, getting back into action after probably missing a stumping chance earlier in the over.
With that wide, the total goes up to 63 now for 6. This is over number 14. Well, final delivery of over number 14.
Oh, well bowled again there from Peck, but it's a wide. It looks like a lot of spin is on offer, Mr. Pinnock. That one brought the batter forward, but it probably started too wide outside off stump, and it only went further.
Yeah, and you're looking at this scorecard. I think extras in this partnership goes up to 3. 9-1 partnership from 10 deliveries with 2 boundaries in it as well.
Yeah, St. George's College must be careful here. They can't try to be too aggressive and give up the positive start that they have gotten. They need to stay in control of the game, stay aware, stay smart, and not get overly excited.
14 comes to an end. It is 65 for 6. When you look around the boundary, and you look at the coach of St. Catherine High School, Wayne Morgan, giving advice to the batter. Such a passionate coach, loves the game of cricket, is Morgan.
I agree, Mr. Pinnock. That is needed at this level. Mr. Morgan has been around for a very long time. I remember playing against St. Catherine High when I was in high school, and he was the coach there. Not aging myself, but that was a while back.
There you go, Akeem Fraser. You look on the opposite end of things, the coach of the home team, St. George's College, such a relaxed coach, Ebanks. That's Collington Ebanks, the man.
Definitely, he's in control here and in the driver's seat, so that might explain the relaxed nature, but he will want to get this innings wrapped up. Oh, some baton that delivery there. Very muffled appeal from St. George's. Rear sharp ball from Cully, who has been very good with his use of flight thus far.
A partnership is needed right at present here for St. Catherine.
Oh, well bowled again there from Cully. A lot of air being used, and I know that he will draw Lawrence into a positive, aggressive shot. What St. George's College may need to look at here is adjusting the field that's employed. Now we see deep mid-wicket going out onto the boundary, being called back in. But if Cully is going to operate with this flight, he at least needs a long on and mid-wicket, because that's where the catching opportunities will come.
And that's an excellent point, Akeem. Well, he goes through that cover region. It could be a boundary. It is a magnificent timing. His first through that cover region. He has 3. And the total goes into the 70s. Look at that shot, Akeem Fraser.
A top shot there from Lennox Lawrence. As I said, he looks a bit ungainly, a bit awkward, long levers, but that was a masterful bat drive through the offside, and any top order batter would be proud of that.
Well, he's showing that he's not only a Manning Cup footballer, he's a schoolboy cricketer for St. Catherine High School.
Lots of talent, multi-talented player. Oh, the commentators curse there after positively stroking a delivery through the offside for 4. He goes bold from the very next one. A delivery a bit shorter in length. Went onto the back foot, got an inside edge, and only succeeded in dragging it onto his middle stump. He will be disappointed with that dismissal.
And he should be a short delivery, looking to punch the ball through that cover region to repeat the shot from the last delivery. Jogged on, and the 7th wicket goes up begging. It's now 69 for 7. Lennox Lawrence goes for 15 from 19 deliveries, 3 fours. And this is more trouble upon trouble as Coley picks up his second, 2 for 7.
I think it's been a positive introduction to the attack from Cully. You look at him, he is an off spinner, bowls a bit slowly, but what he has been successful with is asking questions of the batters with flight. He has constantly been doing that, and he has received the rewards for asking those questions.
And those rewards are 2 precious wickets as well to his name. But what is good about the bowling unit so far from St. George's College, it's the ability to rotate the bowlers, the ability to control those deliveries, the variation. That's magnificent from the home team, St. George's College. And the wickets column says it all at 69 for 7.
I think that's a great observation, Mr. Pinnock, because that is something that is very rare at this level. Oftentimes you find teams with captains that probably overbowl their star or main bowler. They're probably forced to do it here because it's a limited overs game. But that being said, the captain today, Mikel Francis, has executed well. He has brought his bowlers into the attack, and for the most part they have not disappointed him.
And that shows experience at the highest order as well. That player Francis, he would have played Senior Cup cricket, that's the Jamaica Cricket Association competitions, for Kingston and St. Andrews. So his leadership qualities has been fabulous so far.
Definitely, Mr.
Well, this brings the new batter to the wicket at 69 for 7, with St. Catherine winning the toss, batting first. Inside 15 overs, lost 7 wickets. This bridge, is that Chad Coates? It is. The left-handed batter. But credit again to Kohli. He has been very, very economical so far. Into his second over, 2 for 7.
And a left-hander coming into bat here, Mr. Pinnock, and we see St. George's College going aggressive with a man at silly point. We've asked for a slip all game, and they've gone one better by bringing a man in a bat pad position.
Just maybe, Akeem, these players would have known Coates very well and issued that man short in a catching position on the offside.
Definitely, and I think if Colley continues to flight the ball, he will ask questions.
Well, he shaped Chad Coates. That last delivery is not going to muck around for too long.
Yeah,
he's going to play strokes.
He intends to play positively, so it should be an interesting contest here. The man at silly point will definitely be a bit worried. It was a short delivery from Nathan Colley, a wide one, and it resulted in a run to St. Catherine High.
It brings the total into the 70s.
That is a better delivery from Colley, angling in at the stump and asking questions. You see this all the time, Mr. Pinnock, a bowler operating fairly well, and as soon as the field is changed, it's a bit more positive, a bit more aggressive. They almost lose their line and the concentration. It is something that they will learn and garner experience with over time.
So a successful 15th over comes to an end. A wicket, 5 came from it. It is 70 for 7.
And here we see St. George's College making another change. We see Marquise Edwards about to come into the attack from the Wilson end, the end at the north. Right arm off spinner operating with a short leg side boundary. He needs to be smart about how he operates.
Sad scorecard as well. Only 3 batters gotten into double figures. Captain Freighter got 29. I think Lennox got to 15 and Aikens got to 15 as well.
I think when St. Catherine High look at that scorecard, they will be a bit disappointed in the batters who got starts. They would have been the ones that they were looking at to carry it deep and get a good score for them.
Oh, punch. Crunch off the back foot this time from Coates. And that's Osborne. My correction. That had some venom as well, Akeem.
Definitely. It's interesting that Silly Point is in play here. I don't think he should be the man being used. Oh, loose delivery there by Marquise Edwards. The man at mid-off got a hand to it, but it was so positively struck and powerfully struck that it still resulted in the ball ending up in the boundary.
A welcome boundary for St. Catherine High School. The total goes up to 74 for 7. And Osborne gets his first boundary. He goes up to 5. What was a poor delivery from Edwards.
Yeah, I don't agree with the field placement being used here by St. George's College, Mr. Pinnock. I think that the man at Silly Point is not well utilized here. It would probably be better used at forward short leg, on the leg side, or probably at slip. I find it very hard for a delivery to end up at Silly Point with the right arm off spinner in operation.
I think Peck is the man under that helmet as well. Give him. This one goes to this stand. Akeem Fraser, the first maximum of the contest. It was a short delivery, sat up. And Edwards racked back. Nearly took out Osborne, I beg your pardon. Nearly took the commentators out. Akeem Fraser, he was fighting for his life. But a maximum the first, as the total goes up to 80 for 7.
Very good shot there by Jordan Osborne. Quickly onto the back foot, and he hit that one out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. He was hitting with the wind. It didn't require a lot of power. Once he got the elevation, the wind pretty much took it into the boundary here. Not a good start by Marquise Edwards on the shorter side and loose.
This was a poor shot selection this time around. Flighted delivery outside the arm stump, and he's looking to hit the ball over that onside region. Very risky.
Well, what we're seeing here from St. Catherine High, Mr. Pinnock, is the lower order batters playing aggressively and positively, going against the field placings being set by St. George's College. Well, this decision will be a bit contentious. Yes, and a no ball is called. It was a high full toss over waist height. I was waiting for the signal. Marquise Edwards did well in effecting that catch over his head. He ended up even trampling on the stumps at the non-striker's end. But that was a high full toss. Definitely a no ball. And with the over that he's had thus far, he will be under more pressure because the next delivery will be a free hit.
I was waiting. I was wondering as well, what took the umpires so long to make that decision? It was a high full toss over even the wayside.
Yeah, the batter would definitely have felt aggrieved if it was given out there without the call being made.
Free hit coming up. And he's hitting across the line. And a dot delivery. So no harm done. 11 came from the first from Edwards. 16 completed. It is 81 for 7.
A bit of a strange over there from Marquise Edwards. I don't know if some nerves are involved. He's someone that trains with us and plays for the Kingston Cricket Club and generally does not operate with that much flight being employed. Might be a bit of stage fright here, but you'll hope to see him return positively in his next over if the captain decides to give him another.
Very, very important words have been said here from Hakeem Fraser. If the captain decided, but what if the captain doesn't decide it? But you emphasize so much on those young players from Kingston Cricket Club and what it means to Kingston Cricket Club is so much, Hakeem.
Definitely, it's good to have them getting exposure and opportunities to play and display their talent. Initiatives like this are positive. We must commend the Abnormal hosts for putting on these games. Would have loved to have had a longer competition, but it's something that we are almost looking forward to being held annually.
Well, I mentioned this competition. This is the second year of this competition, with Excelsior High School being the defending champions. Withdrew from this competition for 2026.
Yeah, it was a bit disappointing because I wanted to have a look at their team early out into the season. A lot of names there, a lot of names that I'm familiar with. As we see St. George's College making a bowling change here. New bowler being brought into the attack, and he starts with a no ball and it's a free hit. Right arm wrist spinner operating from the road end, the end towards the basketball court. And the new bowler is Miguel Francis, younger brother of the captain, Mikel Francis.
Wow, and both would have played for Kingston and St. Andrew as well in Senior Cup cricket. 82 for 7. This is over number 17.
And it's another no ball here. Not the greatest start from Francis. This one was for a full toss over the height of the waist. We saw the batter trying to hit that one over the leg side. He's now holding on to his back. Might have turned something there with the swing and miss.
As Chad Coates yet to get off the mark. 4 deliveries. This over should be the final over before the drinks break as well. As you see the drinks card getting ready to go on the field of play.
We see St. George's College introducing a number of bowlers into the attack, but they must be careful that they don't allow this game to drift away from them. They have St. Catherine High pinned down at 83 for 7. But I assure you, Mr. Pinnock, if St. Catherine get away and pose a score of about 110 or 120, it will take some batting for St. George's College to overturn it.
You're absolutely correct. It's another delivery down the leg side. Another wide. Extras are been up in this inning so far. And maybe the third top scorer so far is extras.
Yeah, not a great delivery there by Miguel Francis. Short delivery spinning down the leg side. The wicket keeper actually did very well to get a stop on that. Wicket keeper David Jones had to use his feet, had to improvise.
Well, it's all happening. The fielder under the bat has to duck for his life. But just miss his head as well. It's another wide delivery. 6 extras in this partnership so far. The partnership is 16 as well. Valuable runs to St. Catherine.
Well, not even a wide delivery there, Mr. Pinnock, but it was a no ball because the ball was off the pitch. It was off the playing area. So a no ball called. I will see the man at Silly Point putting his helmet down and moving from under the bat. He can't stay there under these conditions.
Well, in fact, I don't think you would want to stay there with that type of bowling as well, Akeem.
It's definitely a health hazard. The free hit has been hit out into the offside by Chad Cortez. They go through for one, come back through for the second. Ball fielded by Marquise Edwards with the return coming in. Wicket keeper a bit late in getting across to stop it, but luckily no overthrows.
And 2 more runs added to the total. But I think that side of the field is very, very long as well. In fact, when that ball hit the bat, I think it had 4 written all over it. In the end, stopped about 15 meters inside the boundary rope. And a couple of runs to the total.
That side closer to Sabina Park, definitely the bigger and heavier side of the field. A good delivery there from Miguel, a better delivery, pitched just outside off stump, back of a length. The backer got onto the back foot, tried to play a cut shot. They couldn't get that much power on it because of the spin, and it just trickled out to the man at backward point.
What a lovely day so far it has been.
That one spinning down to the leg side there, fielded by the man at short fine leg. St. Catherine threw for a single, trying to see if there was contact there. Leg by signal by the umpire.
So clearly so far Francis getting the ball to spin into the left-handers and away from right-handers.
Yes, I'm interested in seeing how he operates to the right-hander here. What we probably saw earlier in the over was a result of him not bowling to a lot of lefties. He should be more comfortable bowling to a right-hander here, and we'll hope for his sake that he has better results.
I tell you what, once he pitches on a good line and length, these batters would be in some amount of bother as well, as the partnership goes up to 19 from 16 deliveries. 7 extras, 1 4 and 1 maximum.
Well, there we go, Mr. Pinnock. That was a better delivery there. Misfield by the man at mid-on there. Went in to execute the stop and ended up sliding. Ball went through his legs. Luckily, the man at long off was aware and he scampered around and was able to effect the stop.
Better delivery. But a poor bit of fielding at mid-on allows an easy second as the total inches up to that 90 mark at 90 for 7.
Definitely let down the bowler that has been under a bit of pressure. Again, we see there Mr. Pinnock, a better delivery to the right-handed batter. Again, Miguel Francis clearly more comfortable bowling to the right-handers than he is to the left. But that brings the over to an end. St. Catherine high 91 for 7 at the completion of 17 overs. And here we have drinks at Emmett Park. Smelly back into the attack here right after the water break and immediately brings an appeal into play. That one seemed to have been angling down the leg side. Not out decision by umpire Trevor Williams, but St. George's College showing intent and going in for the kill here. That delivery there is pushed out into the mid-wicket region. The man at mid-on scampers around to his right, effects the stop, and we have resumption here, Mr. Pinnock.
First run after the water break as well. But Smiley has been very effective into his fifth over, 2 for 16 so far.
I've been very impressed with the level of control that he has displayed. He has been on the money for the most part, and he has supported the spinners who have been more successful on the day.
Well, he was here early this morning during his warm-up session. You could see that he's enthused and he's ready to go. And so far, so good. He has delivered a fantastic spell of bowling so far.
Yeah, he's been very good, Mr. Pinnock. Very effective. And he has supported the likes of Peck well. Interested in seeing probably Jade Gray coming back into the attack. As I said, former Jamaica under 15 representative, and he will be excited at the opportunity to pick up some wickets here.
And even getting ready for the start of Great Shield competition as well. This is very, very important as well for the teams to get prepared for this Great Shield competition.
Yeah, good delivery there by Smelly again. Asking questions of Chad Cortez, who was on the back foot defending. Smelly will be seeking to bring the batter forward and bring the stumps in danger.
Shot of authority through the outside. And nobody moved, nobody got hurt. Akeem Fraser, that's a shot of a man in some amount of form. His first boundary, that's Chad Coat. The total goes up to 96 with that boundary.
What I must say, Mr. Pinnock, is that the St. Catherine batters have been very aggressive and positive when handling bad deliveries. They really don't miss out on opportunities to score. A rare loose delivery from Smelly, and they definitely pounced on that delivery.
Another loose delivery this time outside the off stump, full pitch delivery, and just maybe looking to hit that ball too hard in the end. No connection and dying on the way through to the wicket keeper. Well, this partnership can be very, very critical for this St. Catherine High School.
What I would be interested in finding out, Mr. Pinnock, is the purpose of the man at forward short leg. Smelly not blessed with a lot of pace, and he has not gotten any deliveries to pop thus far. So I'm trying to see the vision in probably getting a wicket-taking opportunity or a catching opportunity at forward short leg. I think that fielder would be better suited out in the outfield.
You are absolutely correct. Another run to the total. These are precious runs added to this total. Now it's at 97 for 7. And you look at the screen. The captain, he went for 29 from 28 deliveries. Osborne got to 15 from 13. And the footballer, the Manning Cup footballer, Lennox Lawrence, got to 15 from 19. Akins got to 15. So those four batters got start, but not been able to carry on and get that 50 on three-figure mark.
Well, it seems as if I had the playbook, Mr. Pinnock, because it is Jade Gray coming into the attack from the road end here at Emmett Park, coming into bowl from the end where the basketball court is situated. He has the wind in his back, and he will be bowling to the left-handed Chad Cortez. I think the man at Silly Point would be better suited on the leg side at forward short leg, and I think Gray would do well to employ a long on and a deep mid-wicket when bowling from this end to the left-hander.
Yet to get a wicket so far, young Gray into his fourth, none for 15 so far, going at exactly 5 runs and over.
And it's a good start there, good delivery. No field that short mid-wicket, interestingly enough. And the batters were easily able to scamper through for a single, another run to the total, and it brings them to 97 for 7.
Good cricket. They realized the fielder was deep. He was slow to react, played with soft hands, and in the end, an easy run. This partnership, Akeem Fraser, has been outstanding. 29-run partnership from 25 deliveries.
It really has been. It's been a well-needed kick and impetus to the innings of St. Catherine High, who will be positively seeking to get a score of 120, 130. As a matter of fact, any runs that they can get from here, Mr. Pinnock, will be well needed and well suited to their cause.
The run rate is 5.35. So you look at the run rate so far, brilliant, but the wickets column poor.
Definitely, too many wickets have been lost at crucial stages. I think that was well played there by Jordan Osborne. He is batting at probably number 8 or so, but he got onto his back foot quickly and manipulated that into the offside. The clear skill and expertise of a top order batter.
Indeed. I think had he got that ball left or right off the backward point fielder with this lightning fast outfield here at St. George's, it was going to be a boundary. But straight to the fielder, only a run, 99 for 7.
Definitely, but these two batters are showing ability with the bat. Great there with a quicker delivery. It beats everyone, all ends up. Even the wicket keeper, David Jones. St. Catherine scamper through for a bye. He has not been shy in his use of this quicker delivery, and I'm sure he would love to get one or two of those balls on the stump and posing the maximum danger.
With that by Akeem Fraser, the 100 comes up as well for St. Catherine High School. Winning the toss, batting first, 100 for 7.
As we said, Mr. Pinnock, the rate of scoring has been good thus far. The only problem has been the wickets that they have lost. They would have loved to have been in this situation with probably 3 or so wickets less being down. And if they had managed to do that, they would be looking at a score of about 180, 200 in my opinion.
Despite the cluster of wickets, the 7 wickets that have fallen, I think Coach Wayne Morgan would want his team to bat that 35 overs as well.
I'm a firm believer in that. As we see a good delivery ball here by Jade Gray, brought the batter forward, hit at the top of the pad. I'm sure the man at forward short leg there, Rajay Peck, was interested for a bit, but the ball died down on the pitch and a catching opportunity was not presented.
3 came from that over from the leg spinner. The 100 comes up in that 19th over. What would be a respective total based on the condition of what we have seen so far on this wicket?
I think 140 right now for St. Catherine would be brilliant, Mr. Pinnock, given the start that they got and how they lost wickets at regular intervals. I think a total of about 140, they would feel confident in their ability to defend that.
31-run partnership from 30 deliveries, just over a run a ball. And from this run rate now up to that 35 over mark, a run a ball, based on what we have seen, can be a respective total for this St. Catherine team.
What I'll say, Mr. Pinnock, is that as a lower order batter myself, I can tell you the importance of runs like these down the order. A lot of the times teams don't budget for them, but they really frustrate the fielding unit and they really shift the momentum in games.
Handy runs, precious runs at the lower and back end for any batting unit. And I tell you what, if St. Catherine get up to that landmark of 140, it can be a fighting and efficient total on the board.
Definitely, Mr. Pinnock, definitely. St. George's College will be doing their utmost best to wrap this innings up. Oh, expertly bowled from Smelly there. He beat the batter, all ends up. Oh, and the opportunity for a run out is missed. The batter was beaten. He was out of the crease, almost on his face. The ball went to wicketkeeper David Jones, who did not collect cleanly. The ball scampered out into the outfield. He went to field it, fired in a throw to Rajay Peck, who was the man at forward short leg, who went to the stump, but he did not collect cleanly and was not able to effect the run out. And a wicket-taking opportunity was missed by St. George's College.
A comedy of error on the field of play. First, it was a A shot offered by the batter. Beaten outside the off stump. The wicket keeper didn't collect keenly. The batter now looking around. He got himself in an almighty tangle. Then the throw came in. He was short of his ground. The man at short leg didn't collect to retrieve to run out. The batter now is on the ground in some serious pain. Not good signs for any cricket fraternity with a young player in enormous pain.
I would hate to say that we're adding insult to injury here, but no, we have young Chad Cortez down on the ground, seemingly injured. Based on how he stretched for that delivery and how he was beaten, it seemed to be a groin issue. I'm hoping that it's nothing too serious and he will be able to continue and resume batting.
Well, based on what you have seen on the screen now, he's up on his feet, and that's good signs as well. He's getting his gear back in line. Another excellent sign for St. Catherine High School.
Definitely, I'm sure they would want no disruption to this partnership here with how they have operated thus far. If this pair can stay at the crease for another 5 to 10 overs, it would really set them in good stead to getting a positive total, probably even more than the 140 that we discussed.
Well, if these two bat up to over number 30, it could be a massive total. It could be even more than that 130, 140 mark. Both players would have been there for over 16 deliveries. In fact, both players faced 17 deliveries so far.
And what I'll say, Mr. Pinnock, at this stage is that the strike rate or so does not really matter. It's really about facing the maximum deliveries and getting the maximum opportunities to score. The longer that they stay out there in the middle, it frustrates St. George's College. It wears them down, and each delivery is an opportunity, as they say, and it gives them more chances to score and capitalize.
Well, it didn't last longer. A perfect Yorker. And the stump root off the ground. And young Smiley strikes again. His third. He has figures of now 3 for 21. Superb.
Excellent delivery there by Smelly, Mr. Pinnock. Excellently executed Yorker. Bang on the money. Uprooted the stump. What I would say is that was probably the Yorker that he was searching for on the delivery before young Chad Cortez was injured, was not 100% facing that delivery. But Smelly really gave him no chance. He was bang on target and uprooted the stump. And he has bowled a brilliant spell thus far today, I must say.
A top class spell from the young medium bowler. Not fast, but he's been very accurate so far. And 3 wickets to his name. But credit again, he has managed to keep things under control. His consistency has paid off. And the reward 3 for 21.
Definitely, Mr. Pinnock. He has been very good in his execution. He has repeatedly hit the stump. He's taken big wickets as well, because he was a bowler that removed Jaheim Freighter. The captain brought him back into the attack here after the break, and he has broken this partnership. And he should prove to be somebody that Mikel Francis can depend upon when the Grey Shield competition starts.
He is really a partnership breaker. We have seen 2 partnership looking to blossom, and he's the one to break that partnership. I mentioned Freighter. He was caught at that middle of area, and then this delivery, a peach to disturb the stump of a well-set Osborne for 16.
Partnership broken here as the new batter comes to the crease. This batter, I think, is Dejan Lewis. He will be looking to support Jordan Osborne, who has played well thus far. As I mentioned, St. Catherine will be looking to get as many runs as they can and adding to their score and giving them something to defend, giving them a positive score to defend.
What does this mean for young Smiley? A 5-wicket haul would build his confidence a whole lot as well. Not far from a 5-4. 2 wickets to get it, and he's 3 for 21.
I'm sure he'll be at the captain, Mr. Pinnock, and asking him to allow him to bowl out his allotment here. He has 2 deliveries left in this over, and then 1 more over after this, and he'll be going in for the kill. Started with a very good Yorker there to Dejan Lewis, and he will be asking questions every ball for the rest of this over.
Big heave there coming in from Lewis. He was nowhere close to that delivery either. And no one appeal coming in for a stumping opportunity. It's all happening. It's all fun. It's all entertainment. It's all a lovely day of cricket so far. Lovely breeze. And beautiful sunshine as well, Hakeem.
Definitely. That shot was more played in hope than anything else. He had no chance of executing that shot there. Very ambitious.
Oh, good delivery to close out. A fantastic over. Only, is it a maiden? It could be. It is a wicket maiden as well. Congratulations to young Smiley. A wicket maiden. It's 100 for 8.
Very good over there from Smelly, and very good execution from St. George's College thus far. Good game of cricket, and it should prove to be an exciting contest as the day winds down. As we shout out to our sponsors, E-Learning Jamaica, Parry Jamaica, Boys Town Cricket Club, the Aviation College of the Americas, and Yardi Sports, who have given these youngsters the opportunity to display their talent here at Emmett Park for the Abnormal Cricket Bonanza. Second staging, second year that this has been held.
A new champion will be crowned for 2026 as well. The defending champions not involved for 2026.
Definitely, and this year we'll be having a best of 2 contest between these 2 schools, St. George's College and Excelsior, and St. George's College and St. Catherine, my bad.
Best of 2? And only for 2 days as well, this Saturday and of course tomorrow, Sunday. Come on out and support the youngsters at St. George's College, just to the right of Sabina Park.
Flighted delivery there from Jade Gray. The batter looks to go over the mid-wicket to long on region, miscued it. It presented a catching opportunity. The fielder there did not even get a hand to it. Definitely a chance missed. Aggressive bowling from Jade Gray and aggressive intent from Jordan Osborne. Will St. George's College live to rue that missed opportunity?
Well, Gray yet to get a wicket. He's disappointed and should be. But 2 precious runs to the St. Catherine High School team as the total goes up to 102 for 8. These runs are precious, Hakeem.
Definitely, and that shot was ill-advised. It had everything going against it, going against the wind and the spin, and the batter was fortunate to survive.
Very easy, cool, calm, and collective is the coach of St. George's High School, Ebanks, sipping a cold drink of water as well, and issuing some advice as well, Hakeem.
Yes, he is. Seems to be in the driver's seat here, but he would love if this innings is wrapped up, as we see the batter getting down on his knees again. Seems to favor the wide long on to mid-wicket region. Attempted a slug sweep, made contact. It beat the man at mid-wicket. The fielding was eventually done by Midan running across, and 1 more run added to the St. Catherine High total.
Brings Lewis back in stride. 3 deliveries yet to get off the mark. But what we have seen so far, these batters from St. Catherine High School favors the onside.
Definitely, and they seem to be boundary scorers as well, boundary hitters. As we see Gray there again attempting a quicker ball. It's a wide signal, ball angled down the leg side. I think that's a bit of frustration from Jade Gray. Spinners can have days like this, Mr. Pinnock, where things just don't seem to go right. Catches are not taken, but he must remain patient, especially as a senior player in this unit. Oh, a well-flighted delivery there. The batter was early in his attempt to hit the ball through the leg side, beaten by the flight and the spin. Bales whipped off by wicketkeeper David Jones, but the batter did not lift his foot and he remained in the crease, and a not-out decision has been called.
That's what you want to see from a national youth spinner. The flight, the spin, and his carry. Brilliant. That's what you want to see. And yourself as a former Jamaica senior player would love that, Hakeem Fraser.
Definitely, that is more of what I want to see. Aggressive intent, being confident, and constantly asking questions. Can't get frustrated at this stage. Oh, as we say, a good ball and a good length there from Gray. Squirted out into the leg side. No real conviction or control in the shot. But fortunate that it didn't end up in the hand of any fielder and they were able to scamper through for another run.
A 5 came from that 21st over. It's 105 for 8.
Smelly has one more over left here, and I'm interested to see if Captain Mikel Francis will allow him to complete his allotment. If I were the captain, I would give the last over to him here.
Well, look at the wicket takers so far. Peck has 3. Smiley has 3. And I'm seeing 2 for Coley as well. So that's 8 wickets. And still nothing for young Gray. Well, I'm surprised with this move as well, Hakeem. With Smiley with 3 wickets. And bowling in a fantastic fashion, not getting the ball now to complete his innings and the final over for him.
Yeah, it's interesting, Mr. Pinnock. I expected him to get the opportunity to complete his allotment here. There's a new bowler coming into the attack, and that bowler is Micah Mitchell, only 13 years old, right arm seamer. I've seen him in the nets of the Kingston Cricket Club, and I'm excited to see what he will produce here. Starts off with a shorter delivery. The batter is on the back foot and he pulls it out to mid-wicket. They get through for a single.
What we know is a very, very enthused young fast bowler at the age of 13. That's where we started. That's when I made my first game for St. Ann Parish.
Oh, young talent definitely there, Mr. Pinnock. Remembering when.
Poor delivery this time down the leg side. They cross for 1. They are back for a second, waiting on the signal as well of the umpire. That's umpire Williams. And it's 3 wides added to the total. With that, the total goes up to 109 for 8.
Yes, St. George's College must be very careful here that they don't allow their position of strength to slip in this game. The field placing has to be they have to be a bit more aware with their field placings. No need for the man at Silly Point Peck, as we see him putting the helmet down, going out into the outfield. It must be a mixture of attacking intent with also run conservation. They can't allow the batters from St. Catherine, especially Jordan Osborne, to go on and build a big partnership and get more runs here. Osborne clearly the danger man and the recognized batter in this partnership and for the rest of the innings.
Well, he's on 21 from 22 deliveries and 2 bounces in that as well. Well, Lewis just came to the wicket on 2 from 6.
Oh, that delivery had a bit of pace there from Micah Mitchell. I'm actually surprised. The wicket keeper is up to the stump now, David Jones, but he was not able to collect cleanly. That delivery definitely skidded off the wicket. The surface seems to have dried out a bit more now, Mr. Pinnock. The ball is coming onto the bat nicely, and it looks a good batting track.
Indeed, you're absolutely correct. But this youngster in Mitchell, he
Edwards, he effected the long barrier, got the stop in, and Jordan Osborne was able to get through for another single.
What this St. Catherine High School team would want to see is Jordan Osborne get up to that half-century mark, and somehow, somewhere, the team would be over that 140 mark as well.
Definitely, he really holds the keys to a large total for St. Catherine here. He will have to stay at the crease and bat smartly while also occupying the crease and scoring positively to boost their total. Delivery angle down the leg side again there from Micah Mitchell. The radar has been a bit off. Wicketkeeper David Jones did well in getting the gloves and the pads across to stop that from going down the leg side for some byes.
Poor delivery this time from the youngster. We'd want to finish strong in this over so far. In fact, 5 runs from the over so far. Should be 3 deliveries. That's a wide delivery.
Coming down. As we see Dejan Lewis hitting that ball down to Midan, getting through for the single. He has contributed to this partnership. He's been occupying the crease for a couple overs now, and he is supporting Jordan Osborne well in this partnership. The tail for St. Catherine High has definitely wagged, Mr. Pinnock.
And in this inning so far, the run rate always over that 5 mark.
A dead ball here signaled by the umpire. Seems that some chatter was going on and communication with the dressing room while the bowler was running into bowl. That is definitely not allowed.
Well, you look at the screen on the total now. Akeem Fraser 1-1-1 for 8. I think Osborne needs to bat a majority of these deliveries.
Definitely, he needs to face or take most of the strike for the rest of this St. Catherine High innings. By Sabina Park, more senior batter Jordan Osborne the strike.
One thing for sure, a free hit defended towards the onside. I really don't understand that strategy as well. But what I'm impressed with, the ability to rotate the strike so far, batting with a batter who's well set. That is good. That is really good. And this partnership can reap big rewards for St. Catherine High School.
Definitely, the ability to rotate strike is a skill that is so underrated, and it makes such a difference in batting efforts, especially when you're under pressure. It doesn't give the bowlers the opportunity to zone in and target one batter. Oh, and that's a lovely sweep shot there played by Jordan Osborne. He has favored that mid-wicket boundary throughout his innings, and St. George's College would do well to pay attention to his attacking intent and interest and strength. He got down on his knees there and hit that one all along the ground through the mid-wicket region. Very well played.
Perfect shot from a perfect player. Swept magnificently through that leg side region. And you mentioned he favors that leg side. His 5th boundary throughout the onside.
Definitely. He has shown intent, and now we see St. George's College putting the man out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. A bit late, I would say, but the move has been made. As we see here, Osborne beaten outside the off stump. Delivery ball by Colley, a bit back of a length, spinning back. He went for the cut shot, was cramped, didn't have enough room to execute the shot.
Well, a sweeper is on the cover boundary as well.
Oh, and that one is worked down the leg side by Jordan Osborne. Delivery spinning back to the line of leg stump. Got onto the back foot and put it into the vacant area and was able to come through for a single.
This is really good cricket from Osborne. Now boundary, 2 deliveries before, then this delivery spun into the right hander, came inside and took the ball towards that vacant fine leg for an easy run. Fantastic batting effort here.
And as we said, Mr. Pinnock, what I've been impressed with thus far is his ability to not try to overhit the balls, but just stroking them and using timing, relying on timing. As we see, the ably suited Dejan Lewis pushing a ball down to the mid-off area and getting a single. He has been good support for Jordan Osborne.
You're absolutely correct. Just came on the front foot. They didn't try to overhit it. Just caressed it out to that cover region, and yet again another easy run. These are precious run towards the St. Catherine High School total.
If I were St. George's College here, I would be a bit concerned because this total has grown far beyond what they would have expected. I would see a change in bowling being made here with Jade Gray coming to operate from the Wilson end, the end from the north. A bit interesting. I think it is a bit more difficult for spinners to bowl from this end, Mr. Pinnock.
Well, he started from the road end, if my memory serves me right. All his overs are from that end. In fact, 5 overs from the road end. Well, he's back now from the opposite end. Still yet, they got a wicket to his credit.
Well, what they generally say, Mr. Pinnock, is that you should allow your wrist spinners, your leg spinners, to bowl with the wind in their back. It supports them and allows them to control their deliveries more effectively. Gray will now be operating and bowling into the wind with the wind in his face. So we're hoping that he can keep control of his lines and length. Well, he starts well here with a delivery that spins just outside the off stump and beats batsman Dijon Lewis. All ends up as he looked to take a hike through the mid-wicket area.
And credit must be given to both umpires. They are doing a fantastic job so far in this encounter. Umpire Williams and, of course, umpire Johnson from the cool Manchester.
Shorter delivery there. Shorter delivery there from Jade Gray. Appeal for a catch at Silly Point, but it seems to have taken a bounce just before it was poached by Peck. I think he did well there to get that in his hands, and we have been speaking about him being in that position all game, but an opportunity just presented itself.
On the volley this time around.
Slower delivery there by Gray, a lot of flight, no pace. He's almost inviting Dijon Lewis to take a heave at these deliveries, trying to get him out, asking questions.
125 for 8.
Oh, that's a better delivery there from Gray, defended by Lewis and pushed back to the bowler. I think Mr. Pinnock is a bit frustrated now. He wants a wicket in the wicket column, and he's trying to pull out all the tricks to produce it.
He definitely needs a wicket. Osborne is on 31 from 27 deliveries.
And we spoke about all the tricks there. He pulled out the quicker ball, the seam-up delivery. Well played by Dijon Lewis, who just waited on it and pushed it forward a square on the leg side. Got through for a single. Lewis definitely showing some ability with the bat.
You're absolutely correct. Looking on the innings of Lewis so far, he's not a power hitter, but his ability to rotate the strike has been up to par.
And also his ability to occupy the crease, Mr. Pinnock, which is very important here. He doesn't need to do a lot of the scoring with Osborne batting so positively. Osborne is striking above 100 at this level. Commendable, very well done. But Lewis just needs to spend some time with him so that St. Catherine can get as close to their allotment of 35 overs as possible.
Only 2 runs came from that over as well from Young Gray. 6 overs he has completed so far, none for 23. And you look at his ability, a national under-15 representative, you'd want him to have a wicket or 2 to his column.
Definitely, he still has another over here to bowl, but I'm sure he would have liked a wicket or 2 in the column. A couple of opportunities put down, I would say, but he will love to ask more questions in his final over. We see Peck also being reintroduced with 2 overs. He will be looking to wrap this innings up. Deliveries at the stump, asking questions and applying pressure.
8 bowlers used so far from the home team, St. George's College.
A very interesting number. They only really needed 5. Generally, I like to have an extra bowler in limited overs cricket to complete the allotment, but they have given a number of bowlers opportunities here today.
A lot. 8 bowlers. 8 wickets lost so far from St. Catherine High School. 3 to this man with ball in hand, Peck.
And we see Peck putting a lot of pace on the deliveries here. He is looking to get these batters out LBW or clean bowl, almost bowling darts now, attacking the stumps. I'm sure he would do well to add some variety to this new spell.
Oh, beauty. A gorgeous delivery this time from Peck. Beating Lewis outside the off stump. And the score is kept on 126 for 8 in over number 25.
Yeah, good spin on that delivery there. Definitely beat Bata Dejan Lewis with the variation. The previous two deliveries had no spin. Oh, over pitch there from Peck, but well played by Lewis. As I've said, Pinnock, he has ability with the bat. Getting off strike again, getting Jordan Osborne back on strike, not giving his wicket away and contributing positively to his team's batting effort.
Well, he faced 20 deliveries so far for his 6 runs. And Jordan Osborne on 31 from 29. And this partnership reaping strong rewards.
Oh, and Jordan Osborne goes across the line again there. He is beaten, awaiting the signal from the umpire if an inside edge was on that or if it was buys. It seems to be run, so an inside edge from Osborne, who's tried to go to his favored leg side again but was beaten by the arm ball from Peck. Interesting contest here.
Very interesting. Lucky enough he got the bat down in time. It might have been close, got into that pads.
Oh, and there we see Osborne getting on his knees again to that full toss. Absolutely no timing on it whatsoever, and it only trickled to the man at with mid-wicket.
Over number 25 comes to an end. It's 129 for 8.
St. Catherine High have really clawed their way back into this contest. At one stage, I thought that they would have struggled to get to 100 runs, but now they're at 129 for 8. It's been good consolidation by the players lower down in the order. Good contributions led by Jordan Osborne, who is now the top scorer thus far. Skipper Jaheim Freighter scored 29. Lennox Lawrence, a batter down the road, got 15, and Anthony Aiken also got 15 runs.
Smiley has been outstanding as well with ball. 3 for 21. So to his Peck, started on a high, but since then not been able to finish off things. Still has 3 for 25.
It's a good delivery there again by Gray. Oftentimes what I found, Mr. Pinnock, in playing schoolboy cricket with bowlers of the national caliber, they often bowl deliveries that were above the level and could not get schoolboy batters out, and that might be the case that we're having here.
But you look at how young Gray is bowling to these batters. He's not pitching on that middle on off stump. And both right-handers still need a slip. Pitch on that middle and leg stump, spin away from the right hand, slip could be in for a cheat.
I agree with you there, Mr. Pinnock. There we see a ball that was edged by Osborne going into the vacant slip region. That same position that we've been clamoring for all game. That would have been a catching opportunity. But the point that you raised, Mr. Pinnock, is 100% true. I don't think enough deliveries have attacked the stump and would have ended up hitting the stump from Gray.
There you go again, wide outside. They have some cut through backward point. A misfield there at point. They are back for a second. These are valuable runs, Hakeem Fraser. As Osborne goes up to 35. The total goes up to 132.
Well, more than a misfield there, Mr. Pinnock. I think that was a catching opportunity. Another chance put down there off the bowling of Jade Gray would have been a key wicket, a partnership breaking wicket. Well played there by Osborne. Got onto the back foot and played the pull shot. Almost a half jab, I would say. Not a full on executed pull, but fielded well by the man at mid-on, and it's resulted in a dot ball.
Such a powerful lad as well, Jordan Osborne. Tends to get that bottom one into play as well very often. That's why he favors the leg side as well. Strong bottom hand player.
Yeah, he's definitely a bottom hand dominant player, but he has batted well, I think. I think he's been calculated. He's been smart about how he has gone about his scoring and his stroke play, and he's added 35 valuable runs to the St. Catherine High team.
Strike rate is over 100 as well.
And there we see him getting onto the back foot again and playing a pull shot out to deep mid wicket. Gets through for another single. Short delivery there by Gray as he brings the over and his spell to a close. None for 27 for him. Not the greatest day, but he'll be looking to bounce back tomorrow for sure.
Well, he needs to. But brilliant batting display. What a recovery from St. Catherine High School. They've lost some early wickets. It was a partnership between Freighter and another, and then this partnership outstanding, and this partnership is critical as well. Reason being 9 overs left in the innings, and the total is 130 something for 8. If they can get up to that 150 mark, it would be a threatening total for the home team, St. George's College.
Definitely, Mr. Pinnock, and I think based on what has happened thus far, they've probably even gotten enough. I think the score that they have now is a challenging total, considering the start that they had. They have done well to get themselves in this position, and I'm sure that their whole unit is feeling a lot more confident about this game.
Well, Coley's back 2 for 18 so far, 3 overs. Can he wrap this innings to an end?
Oh, well bowled delivery there by Colley. Had a bit of flight and spin, but also well played by Jordan Osborne. The back foot defense, textbook. Control, weighted, played it right under his eyes. There we see Osborne getting on to the back foot and punching that delivery through the covers and getting through for a single. Played that ball after it spun. There was spin on offer, but slow spin was not really threatening. With a bit more pace on that delivery, Colley could have beaten him, but Osborne adjusted well and was able to score.
A run about 37 to him as well. Lewis is on 7 from 22 deliveries. In over number 27, 134 for 8.
And there we see a well-flighted delivery there by Colley. Brought out aggressive intent by Dejan Lewis. He's getting remonstrated from his coach now. The coach does not want to see that. The coach wants to see him play a supporting hand to Jordan Osborne, but questions asked from Colley. Oh, that was well bowled and well played. Good cricket all around there.
Textbook from the lower order batter. In fact, the number 10 batter, showing that he's a capable batter who can hang around for some time. So far, so good in an unbroken 9th wicket partnership.
A lot of flight there from that on that delivery from Colley. Hit out into the wide mid-on region. No man's land, no real power on the shot. Ball dropped and plugged, and they were able to get through for a single. Lewis playing his role here very well by just occupying the crease and getting the odd single here and there, giving the strike to Jordan Osborne. And there we see Osborne getting that delivery into his favor, deep mid-wicket region. It was a short ball. He was quickly on the back foot, almost on his knees, and giving that half pull, I would say, out to deep mid-wicket. It's interesting that St. George's College does not have a fielder on that boundary at this stage, considering that almost all of Jordan Osborne's boundaries have been scored in that region.
And in fact, 7 boundaries to his credit so far, and 6 boundaries towards that onside. That shows the power through that onside.
Definitely. As we said, a bottom hand dominant player, but he has definitely capitalized on his scoring opportunities, and he's been playing to his strengths.
Maybe it's going to be a change of bowling as well. Is that the captain? Michael Francis just bowled that one sanitary over so far for 9 runs. Well, his team needs a wicket, and he's decided, I'm going to take matters into my own hands.
I think he's waited a bit too long to bring himself back into the attack here, Mr. Pinnock. And here we see that we're entering into the final phase of the innings, the final power play. In this section, teams are allowed 5 fielders outside the circle. So instead of the 4 previous fielders outside the circle, there are now 5. and it allows the bowling team another option to defend and restrict runs. St. George's College not utilizing them here though, with only 2 fielders outside the circle. And immediately Francis brings an appeal, not out though. Dejan Lewis beaten and struck on the pads, but that delivery was not threatening the stump.
Clearly handling down the leg side, but this partnership is very critical. Reap some useful rewards for St. Catherine High School.
Better delivery there from Captain Francis. Pitched up a bit more, but Lewis just pushes it down to the fielder and mid-off, who comes in and fields and hands it back to his captain.
Growing in confident is Lewis so far. Looks in command, looks in control, and looks very determined.
What I'll say, Mr. Pinnock, is that this innings that he has played thus far, others would look at the scorecard and see 8 off 27 and probably complain about the strike rate. But his innings has been exactly what the situation has needed, just for him to play a supporting hand to Jordan Osborne, who has been striking at above a runner ball, and it has helped this St. Catherine High team greatly.
Absolutely correct. This one is driven out to mid. Have a chance. A chance for a run out. Where is the wicket keeper? And the chance goes a begging once more. Akeem Fraser. It's 139 for 8.
Well, comedy of errors there, Mr. Pinnock. We saw Lewis trying to play positively and having a power failure. That ball only trickled to mid-off. He had all the time in the world to come in and field. Lewis charged off for the non-striker end. Osborne maintained his ground. It almost ended up with both of them being in the same crease, but the fielder at mid-off was not able to get a good, accurate throw into the wicket-keeper.
This one kept a bit low, but the ball got down in time, goes out to backward point, and yet another dot delivery. This has been a brilliant second spell and a second over for the captain.
Yes, as I said earlier, Mr. Pinnock, I think he waited a bit too long to reintroduce himself into the attack. It was just at the point of the innings that he came in. It was a bit ill-advised. But as we mentioned, that he bowls a waist-height full toss outside the off-stump, loopy delivery, no control. And the batter, Dejan Lewis, scores his first boundary, pouncing on that full toss.
Poor delivery from Francis. And guess what? Dejan Lewis said thank you very much. He appreciates his first boundary, and the total goes into the 140s. It's 143 for 8.
143 for 8 there, Mr. Pinnock, crossing that 140 mark that we spoke about earlier. I think St. Catherine High will be very happy about this recovery, about the total that they have. And if they're able to bat their full allotment of 35 overs, they could easily be looking at a score close to 180 or even 200.
Well, it's 42 legal deliveries left. 2 wickets in hand. A run-up ball. That's 185. Wow, it could be massive. It could be a huge total if these two bat out the entire 35.
Definitely, and here we see Smelly coming back into the attack, bowling his last over. St. George's College need a wicket and they need one desperately. And almost immediately, the very first ball Smelly strikes, he has been the partnership breaker all innings. It is an innocuous dismissal. It's a ball on the line of leg stump, good length into the pitch, and Jordan Osborne could only succeed in lobbing an easy chance to Jade Gray at square leg, who gleefully accepted the chance, and St. George's College have gotten their well-needed breakthrough.
Well, each time this man with ball in hand came in the attack, he always provides a wicket. Wicket number 4 to him. He has figures of 4 for 21. And is that the two batters coming off? I'm not sure, but one thing for sure, it's 143 on the board for 9.
Big wicket there. I'm sure Jordan Osborne would be disappointed to not bring up his half century. I think he batted well enough and deserved that. A momentary brain fade, I should say. Gave up the chance to get the half century, but Smelly, the man from St. George's College.
Terrific bowling effort from the big man, getting his foot, but he has an ability, or he has a chance to pick up a 5-4. And he has 5 legal deliveries in his final over to get 1 wicket.
Well, I know for sure what my money would be on for the mode of attack from Mr. Smelly here. He is going in for the Yorker, Mr. Pinnock, because he's bowled them well thus far.
He has been brilliant throughout the innings with his Yorker as well. But will he get that 5-wicket haul, Akeem Firza? Where is your money?
I think he will get that 5-wicket haul. He will ask questions of the new batter, and I'm thinking the mode of dismissal will be LBW or bowled.
Well, it's up to the new batter, Thomas, to survive these last 5 deliveries from Smiley, who was 4 for 21.
Oh, the bat got down just in time there. That hurried the new batter, Dimitri Thomas. He was only able to get the bat down at the last fraction of a second and prevent that delivery from crashing into his stumps.
As a fast bowler, looking a 5-wicket haul, every delivery from now on must be on the wicket.
Definitely, I totally agree. Oh, well played there from Thomas. He pushed that one back to the bowler firmly, showing that he is no mug and he has some batting ability.
And roars in the dugout as well from their teammates.
He seems to be a fan favorite for sure. Diminutive in stature, looks to be a younger player. Oh, and he gets that one through backward point, a very thick outside edge, and the fielder from St. George's College chases it, is able to pull it back in just in front of the boundary. But 2 runs to the total, and rapturous applause from the St. Catherine High dugout.
And Thomas gets up to 2 with that outer portion of the bat, thick outside edge, as I mentioned. These are precious runs as well, as the total inches closer to that 150 mark. It's 145 for 9.
Yes, Smelly needs to search for this Yorker, Mr. Pinnock. He's bowled it well thus far. He needs to go for it here.
Well, he has 1 delivery left in his spell, and he wants 1 wicket for a 5-4, and the team wants 1 wicket to close the innings off.
I think he's put a bit too much pressure on himself here. He just needs to compose himself at the top of his mark and then execute.
He's really the bowler of the game for me so far.
St. Catherine High make it through for a bye. The wicket keeper didn't even put his gloves at it. Ill-advised for him to come up to the stumps. I think there was no need really. But another precious, valuable run to the St. Catherine High total.
29 comes to an end as well. 146 for 9. The spell of Smiley comes to an end as well. 4 for 24.
Very good spell from him. Very good execution. Picked up wickets early out. Came back into the attack and broke partnerships. Wickets at key phases. The big wickets of Captain Jaheim Freighter and also the top scorer Jordan Osborne. Very good spell, and he would be having an exceeding amount of confidence based on his display today.
Critical wickets at critical times for St. George's College, but inches closer to that 150 mark.
Nathan Colley back into the attack, and he's operating from the Wilson end at the north. Very strong wind going across the ground. I would say it's suited for Dimitri Thomas to take him on through the leg side, but I'm not sure he's strong enough. Well, he gets a full toss and he pushes it down to mid-on. Big cheer from the St. Catherine High team. Again, they cheer every delivery that he survives and every run that he scores.
Well, he has 3 runs to his credit now with that single out to long on. But Colley has 2 for 25. Both wickets are from the opposite end.
It's one thing we know for sure. Colley will ask questions with flight. Not a lot of pace on the deliveries. The batters have to wait for an eternity, and it almost entices them to slog. Interesting for him. Interesting gamble for him to bowl from this end. Oh, there's a big shot there from Dejan Lewis. A lofty drive through mid-wicket. It beats the man at mid-wicket. It beats Midana as well and goes into the boundary. The wheels coming off the St. George's College bowling effort. St. Catherine High, 151 for 9.
The 150 comes up with a beautiful shot from Lewis. His second boundary, over pitch delivery from Colley. And he got the treatment it deserved. Glorious all along the carpet for 4.
Now we see Lewis reaping the rewards of occupying the crease and playing that supporting knock earlier. He is now the set batsman and the man in charge, and he has the license to play positively and score some more runs for his team.
That 150 mark is a milestone. Punch off the back foot, could be a run out. Gone.
Yeah, and that is out. Run out effected there by Jade Gray at mid-wicket. The run was never on. I don't know where Dimitri Thomas was charging off to. He needed to hold his ground and allow Lewis to farm the strike and maintain most of it, but a good batting effort, I would say, from St. Catherine High. Good recovery considering the start that they had.
Yes, a fantastic recovery from St. Catherine. Mark you, St. Catherine High School, they won the toss. They've chosen to bat. They lost wickets very early. And then a partnership between the captain and young Akins as well. And then that partnership was broken by Smiley. And then another partnership between the top scorer, Osborne. And then Smiley came back, broke that partnership. And in the end, 151 all out. And you look at the top scorer, Osborne got to 41, 39 deliveries. Freighter, the captain, Jamaica under 15 youth player, got to 29 from 28 deliveries. And then J. Lewis, 16 from 33. And the footballer, the Manning Cup footballer, Lennox Lawrence, got to 15 from 19. And the bowling effort, no two-way about it. Smiley was magnificent. 7 overs, 4 for 23. And my good friend, the left-arm orthodox spinner, picked up some 3 as well. 3 for 25. And of course, 2 for Colley as well. 4 overs, 2 for 29 was the main destroyer for St. George's High School. We can take a look at the batting performance.
I think when you take a look at that effort there, Mr. Pinnock, St. Catherine High would be the happier of the two teams. What we saw with the St. Catherine High effort was solid contributions from the lower order. Here we see 4 batters in the lower half getting into double figures, led by Jordan Osborne, who I think deserved a half century, batted really well. He was ably supported by Dejan Lewis and Lennox Lawrence, and then Captain Jaheim Freighter showed positive intent early out in getting 29. He would be disappointed in his dismissal because he looks set to get a big score here, but St. Catherine High at the innings interval, I think, would be satisfied for this 150 with this 151 for 10 all out.
Well, at the break, the home team will require 152 for victory, and we'll be back in another 10 minutes for the reply. And in fact, news coming in from the studio, they are taking lunch. So in another half an hour to 40 minutes, we'll be back for the reply. Stay tuned. So welcome back to the Abnormal Cricket Bonanza. And we're on day 1, match number 1. And of course, day number 2 will be tomorrow. And of course, St. George's needed 152 for victory. And 10 wickets in hand, 210 deliveries. St. Catherine batted first, got up to 151 all out in 29.4 overs. Marlon Pinnock alongside former Jamaica Scorpion all-rounder Akeem Fraser.
Marlon, looking at this total, St. George's College needing 152. They will be led by Captain Mikel Francis. He will be opening batting alongside Kurt Walker. They will require positive intent. We saw how St. Catherine started. They didn't have the greatest power player, the greatest 10 overs, but they were able to muster a good total, a total of 151 through solid contributions throughout their batting effort.
Well, you look at the batting chart as well for St. Catherine High School. 6 batters got the start and none capitalized and got to that century mark, but still yet a decent enough total on the platform.
Definitely, Marlon. Fighting total, a total that I think they will feel that they are well within their rights and they have the ability to defend. It will be interesting to see how this inning starts here. St. Catherine will be led by former national under-15 representative Jaheim Freighter. He will have a big part to play in their bowling effort.
Well, he had a huge part as well with bat in hand today. Well, this part is very critical for this St. Catherine High School team. An excellent bowling effort from the captain will see them team getting across the line, but still a huge task ahead for St. George's College. And the opening batters, as you mentioned, the captain himself will start proceedings up top.
Yeah, he's someone with senior cup experience, plays for the Kingston and St. Andrew Cricket Association. The St. Catherine High team is a fairly young team. A number of them would have represented St. Catherine High at the under-16 level last season. They got to the semi-final stage. Speaking with Coach Morgan earlier, he said about 7 or 8 of them in this current team were a part of that setup.
Good young bunch of players developing for St. Catherine High School. Good coach, excellent coach as well. But these players on show, showcasing their talents, should be a plus. Looking forward for the Grey Shield competition gets underway shortly.
Yeah, and here we'll see it will be the captain versus the captain to get proceedings started. Jaheim Freighter with ball in hand, and he will be bowling to Mikel Francis. Freighter operating from the Wilson end, the end at the north where the scoreboard is here at Emmett Park.
Different signs, different feel as well. There's a slip in place this time around for St. Catherine High School. There's a slip. There's also backward point. There's also cover and extra cover. There's also backward square. There's also a long leg on the boundary and a straight mid-wicket.
I'm excited to see young Freighter bowl here. I haven't seen him bowl for about 2 years or so. Based on the run-up that we're seeing and the distance that the keeper is back from the stumps, it seems he has some wheels and should be a good proposition here.
Well, we're all anxiously waiting to see this young, promising fast bowler. Plays under 15 for the country last season as well. Such a promising young figure. Has great potential as well. We saw him with the bat. He was excellent as well. Let's see him with the ball in hand.
As mentioned earlier, Freighter will be coming in from the north end, the Wilson end. Umpire Travis Williams is there, almost waiting for technical difficulties to be sorted before we start. And he has signal play. Bit of a false alarm there as Freighter just jogs in to check the run-up. And he is walking back to his mark. As mentioned, a positive start from St. George's College is important. The batting will be led by skipper Mikel Francis. He will be looking to get a start and bat a decent number of overs, get deep into the St. George's College innings and give them the best chance of chasing this total.
Yes, indeed, he's a key player in this St. George's lineup. You look around.
Freighter off to a wayward start. Short delivery down the leg side. It also beats the wicket keeper. They get through for 2 runs there, so 3 wides to start the innings.
And not the ideal start you'd want from a captain. A poor delivery to start, but 3 precious runs to the home team, St. George's College.
Yeah, not the greatest of starts there. Looked like a bit of a loose now. It seems as if he tried to go into the pitch to see if there was any bounce and carry on offer. Delivery died down a bit. It gave the wicket keeper some work. Wasn't able to effect the stop down the leg side.
We saw over 23 extras in St. Catching innings as well. And now we saw 3 early on, first delivery.
Another wayward delivery there by Freighter down the leg side. Mikel Francis tries to pounce on it, but he misses out. I think what's happening here as well, Marlon, along with the wayward starts, we also have to remember that the wind is going from the south to the north here across the ground, and it's pushing those deliveries down the leg side. So they're being angled down and they're being pushed even further.
Well, he needs to start outside that 4th stump area.
Oh, pull shot there by skipper Mikel Francis. Delivery back of a length, mistimed, and it just trickles out to square leg. A bit of pace there on that ball. The batter was late on it.
Yeah, he was beaten for pace. Good pace as well from Freighter. Generally gets the ball to shape around. Normally gets the ball to shape away from right-handers. But with the breeze, it could be coming back into the right-handed Francis.
Yeah, I was surprised not to see him operate from the other end, the road end, and running with the wind in his back. Short delivery there again. Wicket keeper having a time of it already. That one seemed to hit the gloves very hard. He didn't even collect it properly. They're motioning to his friends that that one stung a bit.
Not the best of stroke either. Coming in from Mikel Francis, the captain. An almighty swing.
This situation will require a calm head from him. St. George's College will be hoping that it's just early jitters and not a sign of things to come. Oh, that is a top shot there by Mikel Francis. Off drive. The man at mid-off stood no chance. Cover was beaten before he could even get a hand down. Half volley and duly dealt with by Captain Francis.
Shot of class from the big man. Just came on the front foot. Didn't try to overhit it. Just caressed it to the left off mid-off. And from it left the batter, Akeem Fraser. It's a boundary.
And I think the most important thing about that shot, Marlon, was that the fact that he did not try to overhit it. It was pure timing, all class, all along the ground.
Any youngsters watching should learn something about that shot. Akeem Fraser, eye elbows through the line of that delivery.
Oh, and Freighter has a good follow-up there. Brings Captain Francis forward. Solid in defense. Had a bit of pace again. Seemed a bit late on it, but the bat came down just in time. Prevented it from rolling back onto the stumps.
I saw him in the Jamaica Cricket Association competition. He looks a quality young player with some amount of potential.
And he favors the offside as well. It's something that I noted. It's very rare for players at this age.
With that shot, Akeem Fraser, that shot tells it all. The trademark of a young Francis.
Oh, beaten there outside the off stump. He was neither forward nor back. I think he would have been better suited getting onto the back foot and trying to get that ball behind point. But clearly some pace from Freighter, and he is charging up and getting warm here.
He was in neither front nor back with that shot. And the good thing about it, it beat him outside the off stump. It could have easily jogged onto the stump as well.
I think one thing that we must pay attention to, Marlon, when you look at the St. George's College bowling effort, a lot of batters did get... Oh! And Freighter strikes in the first over. Captain Francis will be disappointed. It was a sharp ball. It was there to be hit. It was there to be cut. But he was on the front foot instead of being on the back foot. And that probably resulted in him just presenting a chance to the man at cover point. I think if he went on the back foot and went a bit later, he'd have gotten that backward of pointer up and over the field. But no control over the shot there, and St. George's College loses their captain in the first over of their reply.
Committed on the front foot this time, Michael Francis. A short delivery outside the house stump. If he had on the back foot, that was in the arc, should have been a boundary. And he's walking back to the pavilion with his team 8 for 1.
I was in the middle of raising the point, Mr. Pinnock, that St. George's College struck by hitting the stumps a lot of deliveries targeted at the stumps. Freighter in his first over didn't have many deliveries hit that would have resulted in them hitting the stump, but he still has managed to get some successful with his pace.
So 8 runs came from the first, a wicket, and it's now 8 for 1. The wicket of the captain, Michael Francis. He has to go for 4, but a big partnership is needed, and a substantive partnership is needed. Note credit again to the captain leading from the front, and get his fellow opponent caught for 4.
Yeah, big wicket early in the innings, as we see Kurt Walker shaping up to face young Forbes from St. Catherine High.
What we know about young Forbes, he has a steady, smooth, lovely run-up.
It's something that I was about to point out. He didn't even deliver the ball a while ago, but just seeing him amble in, run-up looked very smooth.
Lovely, lovely rhythm, lovely seam position. An excellent carry as well through to the wicketkeeper.
And he seems a bit aggressive and feisty. He starts off with some words to the batter Kurt Walker. Early intent, early sign of aggression. And you love to see that from a fast bowler.
Any fast bowler. Now a youngster with some amount of potential of moving forward in terms of youth cricket for the country. That's a plus.
Looked to be a lovely outswinger as well. Some early shape on the ball. It goes again there. That one didn't get up, didn't bounce much. And it is 4 byes. Beat the keeper. And not a lot of carry on offer there. A bit surprising. And runs on the board for St. George's College. More runs. 4 byes.
Kept a bit low. Pitch inside the popping crease and didn't got up. And the wicketkeeper was tall, went below his hands. And this outfield here at St. George's lightning fast. And 4 precious byes to the total as it gets up to 12 for 1.
Yeah, we see some damage being done to the gloves of the wicketkeeper there. It was really a difficult take a while ago. The best he could have done is get his body behind it. Oh, Walker beaten there again by an outswinger from Forbes. Good shape on the deliveries. Walker would have been better suited getting his front foot across and closer to that ball. It's a packed offside field when you look at this field from St. Catherine. They have a slip. They have a man at backward point, a cover point, short cover, extra cover, mid-off. So the field is really set for the outswingers from Forbes.
I think Walker is beaten for pace so far in this innings.
Good delivery then. Good delivery there again from Delano Forbes. Leave alone played by Walker. A bit more circumspect. He needs to get in, and a big innings is needed from him here. He needs to get the pace and the bounce of the wicket and apply himself.
I'm looking forward to see this name in Grey Shield competition for 2026. Delano Forbes.
Definitely.
Such a beautiful rhythm up to the wicket.
Oh, and he goes down the leg side there. That one should be a wide. St. George's scamper through for a run there. Runs on the board needed, but good pace on it again. And the wicket keeper from St. Catherine High is struggling.
Yes, he's really struggling. 2 wides the result. The total goes up to 14 for 1. Well, this is good pace. And good carry as well. But somehow, somewhere, the wicketkeeper you find it very, very difficult to collect these deliveries from young Forbes.
Yeah, here we see Marquise Edwards on strike now, about to face his first delivery. He's someone that featured for the Kingston Cricket Club in the Kingston Wharfs competition. Leave alone outside off stump there. Gets a sighter early out. Batters love that. As I said in the previous over, and I can say it now, St. Catherine have had a decent start, but not many deliveries have been challenging the stumps.
Earlier we saw the fast bowler from St. George's picking up a 4-wicket haul as well. He was very, very good. His variation was impeccable.
And also his attack of the wickets, very important. 3 out of the 4 wickets were clean bowled.
Edwards getting this one out to backward point. A very big fellow as well. I think he will look for too many singles in his innings as well.
He's a stroke maker. He got some half centuries in the Kingston Wolves competition last year. Fairly young player, about 15 years old or so, but he has some ability.
And he loves to go through that offside as well. Such a dominant player through the offside.
Oh, he's late on that delivery though. Beaten all ends up, beaten by the pace there. And Forbes with a good start here, promising start, threatening deliveries.
Only 3 runs came from his first. The second completed. It is now 15 for 1. What we have seen all day, Akeem. It's beautiful sunshine, lovely breeze as well. Free day. We had some showers up to this morning. From the start of day 1, it's all beautiful conditions for cricket.
Definitely a great day for cricket. I was a bit concerned this morning with the showers that were around. We had a delayed start due to the surface being wet, but it has dried out well and it has proven to be a very good batting surface.
It should have been started 9:30. It ended up starting 10:53 a.m.
Big delay that there, but luckily 35 overs aside, and it has given us the opportunity for a full game to be played.
And so far so good. We have seen some promising youngsters on show as well.
Definitely 2 teams that will be seeking to feature prominently in the Grey Shield competition that has been dominated by Excelsior High in recent years. Excelsior High and St. Jago would have gone to the last 2 finals.
Talking about Excelsior High School, they are the defending champions in this competition. They are not featuring for 2026.
Yeah, Freighter definitely generating some pace here. He caught Kurt Walker on the back foot there, hurried him. The ball went out to backward point. Backward point is very, very backward, as they would say, a sign of the pace that is on offer here.
I tell you what, Walker not committed on the front foot either. He's more so playing on the back foot.
Yeah, he's in no rush to go forward.
Well, a loud appeal this time. He was committed on the front foot on this occasion. A loud appeal. But umpire Williams not interested, and clearly not. But good pace, good carry here from Freighter.
Yeah, Walker was a bit slow on getting out onto the front foot there. Bat hit the ground, loud appeal for caught behind. But not out was the call from umpire Trevor Williams here at the Wilson end at Emmett Park. Oh, short delivery there, missed out again. Kurt Walker, foot movement definitely has been late. Being hurried by fast bowler Freighter here. I think what is also happening with Kurt Walker is that he's trying to overhit the ball. As openers, you often are charged with playing the ball later under your eyes, caressing it to get control. And very rarely are openers players who utilize brute force. It's more about timing and placement.
Poor delivery this time from Captain Freighter. We look at Walker so far, not been able to score. 7 deliveries faced so far, yet to get off the mark. And the delivery before the last delivery, it was short, it was wide outside the off stump. And a top delivery, the result. He's struggling.
Yeah, I think he would be better suited trying to get a single here. Get off the mark. Almost every time he's played a shot thus far, he's been seeking a boundary. He just needs to get off the mark, assess things some more, get the momentum going.
Another appeal. Well, both batters yet to get off the mark, and in fact, both batters together would have faced 10 deliveries without a run scored off the bat. Since departure of the captain of Francis, who went for 4, it's all struggle for these two batters in the middle for St. George's College.
Yeah, definitely. It hasn't been the greatest of starts for them. They're at 16 for 1. And a good number of those runs have been extras. So extras have been the big contributor thus far.
In fact, extras is the top scorer so far in this innings.
Oh, that delivery struck Kurt Walker there in the ribs, in the midriff. He'll be trying not to rub it, but I'm sure he's out there smarting because that blow would have dealt some pain.
That's the signs or the scenes you want to see as a fast bowler. Getting pace, getting bounce, getting nice carry as well. Body line delivery. Nothing much Walker could have done. But what he did was take a blow towards the rib cage. And 9 deliveries faced yet to get off the mark.
Well, if he was struggling before, Mr. Pinnock, he will be awakened now because that one definitely stung. That will open his eyes up a bit and get the blood flowing.
As well as some cherry as well on the hip.
Oh, some bat on that delivery there, but very well fielded at backward point. The man at the non-striker end was charging off. He thought it beat the fielder, but the man at backward point has been very well placed. He is at a very acute angle. He's very, very backward. And that one went straight to him. Good field placing by the skipper.
I tell you what, it's a magnificent bit of fielding as well. The over comes to an end. It's a maiden. It is 16 for 1.
I think the happier the two teams thus far would be St. Catherine High. St. George is 16 for 1, but the batters haven't really gotten into it. St. Catherine would only be hoping to probably pose more of a challenge by asking more questions at the batters, more deliveries at the stump. But in terms of how things have been thus far and how things look, they would be the more comfortable of the two teams.
Well, early days, early signs, still some amount of batting to come. But based on what we have seen in the previous competition last season, even though Excelsior, the defending champions, dominated last season, with David Duar was outstanding, Nikolai Mackenzie outstanding as well, those players. And the young Jamaica under-17 captain, he was brilliant as well.
Delano Forbes continuing here. Marquise Edwards yet to get off the mark. We see the man at fine leg going a bit finer. That shows a lack of trust in the wicket keeper. That's generally a sign. You need a backup for him. And it's well whipped down to fine leg by Marquise Edwards. It goes right where that man was stationed. So good awareness and field placing employed by the captain, Jaheim Freighter there.
Poor delivery on the line of the leg stump. And Edwards gets off the mark with a run. And the total goes up to 17 for 1 in over number 4. And brings Walker back in strike. Yet to get off the mark, Akeem, from 10 deliveries faced.
Yeah, but if we can pay attention to the innings of Marquise Edwards thus far. He's only played 3 deliveries, but he's tried to play a bit later. Wayward delivery there from Delano Forbes. It had some pace, a short one. The opportunity to play a bat drive or a cut presented itself, but the footwork from Kurt Walker was lacking. And as I mentioned earlier, he would be better suited dropping a ball and taking a single.
Well, no footwork so far from Walker. Just the hands going with the bat. No movement off the feet. And hence why there's a slip in place for that loose shot outside the off stump.
Oh, well bowled there by Forbes, and that is what I like to see. That one asked questions. The foot movement was late again, but it was there just in time. But that delivery was challenging the stumps, and that is what is needed from a St. Catherine High perspective.
He was late, but guess what? The presentation of the bat was brilliant, hence why he got the bat down in time, and it's a dot delivery. Still 12 deliveries faced, yet to score.
Yeah, the full face of the bat was shown, and that gave him the maximum chance of keeping that delivery out. Beaten again there is Kurt Walker. Bat jams in the ground. A muffled appeal for caught behind, but clearly nothing doing there.
A full delivery. The big booming drive came from Walker. No connection again through to the wicketkeeper. And this has been a sore point for Walker. Not being able to rotate the strike. And facing over 13 dot deliveries so far in the innings.
And with the exception of the ball that he defended earlier in the over, almost all of the deliveries he's gone hard at. And he's off the mark now. He gets a short delivery and he's able to uppercut it over backward point. One bounce into the boundary. Top shot there, top execution.
Shot for 30 from Walker with an offer from Delano Forbes. And Walker gets his first run in some style. Uppercut over backward point for 4.
Would you say it was worth the wait, Mr. Pinnock?
It wrote that shot. Oh my word, what a shot that, Fraser.
Definitely, definitely. Good sign of intent there. He saw that one early. We spoke about Delano Forbes having some pace and having the outswingers, but that was a short one, a loose delivery, and it gave a batter who was struggling with timing the opportunity to score.
This time, this one is punch out to a backward point for another run. As the total goes up to 22 for 1. And Walker will keep strike. He goes up to 5, and total 22 for 1.
And cricket is such a game of ebbs and flows because there were 13 consecutive dot deliveries for Walker, and then he scored off 2 back-to-back balls. First, a scintillating uppercut, and then a bat drive guided shot into the offside, relying less on brute force and more on timing and placement, and that is what St. George's will need more of.
St. Catherine High School, on the other hand, will want some early wickets. They've already picked up the captain very early. He went for 4. Now it's still some amount of batting to come. Not a lot of runs on the board either. 152 for victory. A big partnership could find this total very, very small.
What I'll say, Marlon, is that this power play has been better for St. George's College when you compare it to the effort of St. Catherine High. There's a lot of pace on offer. The batters do seem to be uncomfortable, especially Walker. That ball was dug in by Jaheim Freighter, and a no ball has been signaled. Front foot no ball. So Walker will get a free hit. He has been dashing at the deliveries thus far, and he gets all license to do it now.
What we have seen on show so far from Walker is not being able to score freely, and somehow Freighter has been keeping him under a lot of pressure so far with those back of a leg deliveries. Free hit coming up.
Dead ball there as Freighter charged in, but the umpire wasn't ready, fixing the stumps at the non-striker's end. I suspect that this free hit will be a short ball. Freighter has shown preference for the shorter deliveries thus far in this innings, and I'm thinking that he will go there again and probably try to go higher. Well, I was definitely right, but that one didn't get up. It's a no ball again, so it's another free hit. Freighter here struggling with his run-up. Seems to be searching or striding for that extra yard of pace.
I think Walker was more so going for power than timing on this occasion. It was there for the taking, but he missed out on a freebie outside the off stump. And the free hit still remains. Whoa. A second bite at the cherry.
Oh, and he's bowling with the free hit here. Doesn't result in anything with it being a free hit, but that was a brilliant ball. Walker was beaten all ends up, and it uprooted the stump. It seems to be the middle stump, and it went for a cartwheel. Disappointing for Freighter that he won't get any real success from that brute of a delivery.
And there you go again. Walker looking to hit the shine off the ball, not looking at the ball, and more so hand swing than getting close to those deliveries. But credit again to the captain. It's a dot delivery into his third, 1 for 11 so far, and a total 24 for 1 in over number 5.
Yeah, I think a bit of exuberance is being displayed here by Jaheim Freighter. He is trying to showcase his pace and his skill, but I think he might be overreaching or overstriding. He just needs to keep calm, compose himself, and execute and put the deliveries in challenging areas.
And he has the ability as well.
Inside edge onto the pad there, muffled appeal for LBW. I think that's a better delivery. I would like to see more of those deliveries. Balls pitched up or on a good length, challenging the stumps, challenging the front pad. This wicket here is not a fast one by any means. It has proven to be very good for batting. Almost even pace, but not a lot of carry on offer. So the majority of the wickets will come from the LBW and clean bowl mode of dismissal.
Well, we saw in the innings of St. Catherine High School, it was a number of wickets hit as well. I think my good friend, the fast bowler, hit 3 stumps as well in his 4 wickets.
Yeah, and Peck got 3 people out clean bowled as well.
And there you go again, beaten outside the off stump, full delivery. It's clearly that young Walker is not looking at the deliveries.
Yes, he's trying to overhit these deliveries. He would be better suited with a push. You think of some of the stronger batters in world cricket now, the stronger opening batters. The majority of them are firm pushers of the ball and not big drivers, you would say, because they have to play the ball so late, and then the bowlers are operating with so much pace. There's no time to play a full-blooded drive.
You look at Steve Smith of Australia as well. Not a big boom off the ball, but he generally strokes about through that regions.
Wide delivery again here from Freighter. He's clearly struggling. This has been a long over thus far. He has bowled 3 extra deliveries already. You look at the total of 25, and 12 have come from Freighter, and we can only think of 1 boundary that was scored off the bat.
Well, Jaheim Freighter is struggling, and also Walker, the batter, is struggling as well. So it's struggling both ends.
He's struggling both facets here. Push down to mid-off there by Kurt Walker. Looked a bit ungainly, was not convincing. Luckily for him, it didn't go to the man at short cover, and they were able to hustle through for a single. It brings Marquise Edwards on strike. I think it will be the first time that he's faced Jaheim Freighter in this innings.
Walker goes up to 6 from 21 deliveries. Edwards back in strike. Only a run from 3 deliveries. And Freighter 1 for 13 into his third, but already 4 extras in the over so far in his third.
And it raises the point, Marlon, about the rotation of strike, because when you look at this innings, almost 5 overs have been completed. Marquise Edwards has been there from the first over, but he's only faced 3 balls. And he is also late again there. He was neither forward nor back. That ball was on a good length or just back of a length. Would have been better suited striding all the way out or playing that ball off the back foot. But he did neither, and it flew through to the keeper.
Effort delivery coming in from Freita on this occasion. There's good pace in this wicket. There's good carry as well. And we saw that with the last delivery from Freita.
Definitely getting what you put in.
Only wicket taker so far in this innings.
Oh, well played there by Marquise Edwards. Forward and solid in defense. That is the sort of delivery that asks the questions that need to be asked. But Marquise Edwards was equal to the task and defended that solidly.
Very compact was Edwards on this occasion. And that completes over number 5. It is 26 for 1.
St. George's College will be happy with the start that they've gotten thus far. The score on the board is fine, but they would hope for Kurt Walker to pick up a bit with his scoring and also his shot selection. What matters the most for them is that this pair spend some time at the crease. The total of 150 is a decent one, but is not insurmountable by any chance. And once partnerships are formed, they will have the chance to chase it.
We have seen 2 big partnerships in the St. Catherine innings, and they got up to 150.
Oh, Forbes with a wild delivery there. That's a beamer. That is a no ball over the height of the waist. It's a free hit to St. George's College, but uncharacteristic there from Forbes. That one definitely seemed to have slipped out.
Yes, it does. Not intentionally from young Delano Forbes. But what is happening now, it's going to be a free hit. And in fact, this should be the 3rd free hit of the innings for St. George's College.
Lack of discipline here from St. Catherine High in their bowling effort thus far inside this power play. Way too many extras. Oh, and Kurt Walker is beating all ends up again. I don't think he gave a good effort in playing that delivery. Didn't seem to have a clear mind about what he wanted to do or where he wanted to score a while ago. I think it's important for Walker at this stage to just get back to ball.
19 runs partnership from 23 deliveries, and guess what? 12 extras.
Most of the runs have been scored in extras. And there we see Walker beaten again outside off stump, trying to play a full-blooded drive. As mentioned earlier, he would be better suited striding out onto the front foot, trying to drop that delivery under his eyes and get a single.
That's the correct method. He should be thinking. 24 deliveries, only 6 runs, and a boundary in it as well. He's really struggling to get bat and ball.
And most of those 24 deliveries have seen him play aggressive shots without making connection.
This one is guided out to backward point. He gets a run. As the total goes up to 28 for 1. I don't think that was a run. Poor committed from the fielder at backward point. Allows an easy run.
Well, it was a lazy effort by the fielder at backward point for St. Catherine High. But what I would say to Kurt Walker is look how easily he got a run on the board by trying not to overhit the ball. Marquise Edwards, the non-striker, was not backing up. He was very late. If that was fielded properly, it would have been a goner, but all is well that ends well.
Not the best of running between the wickets. Edwards not the quickest either on the park. So it could have been very, very serious had the fielder picked up.
Oh, short and wide delivery there. It's signal wide by the umpire. Edwards wanted all of that. He tried to rock across on the back foot and get a cut shot on, but he was late and it was probably just too far from him, not able to get bat onto ball.
Short and wide from Delano Forbes. Begging to be hit. Just missed out. And there Edwards, he's 1 from 5 deliveries, 29 for 1. This is over number 6. And if you're just joining us, St. Catherine High School, they won the toss, batted first, got up to 151 all out. 29.4 overs.
Stroke there by Marquise Edwards, but well fielded at cover by skipper Jaheim Freighter. Good cricket all round, I would say. Maybe the delivery was a bit over pitched by Forbes, but Edwards played the right shot and it was well fielded there by the skipper.
Maybe say 4 runs with this lightning fast outfield here at St. George's College.
Oh, well played again there by Marquise Edwards. He's been looking to play the balls late under his eyes, and he's been playing with the full face of the bat, which is commendable. He'll be well suited by Kurt Walker, giving him some more of the strike so that he can get in. It feels like he's been there for a very long time, but he hasn't faced a lot of deliveries.
And you look at his batting technique, how he approach battings, shows a class of a young player.
Definitely. Looks good thus far. Delivery there pushed out onto the offside, fielded by the man at cover point. Not good connection there and not good timing. Edwards was seeking to hit that ball straighter down the ground, but it hit the outer half of the bat, resulted in him not getting good connection. So a dot ball to close the over there from Delano Forbes.
2 runs came from that Delano Forbes over. But what we have seen so far, the rotation of the strike from St. George's College not up to par, and somehow, somewhere, these two batters need to find a way how to rotate the strike, how to score. You look at the bowling effort so far. Freighter 3 overs, 1 for 13, and Forbes 3 overs, none for 12. Dot deliveries from the captain 16, and so far from Forbes 13. So 29 dot deliveries have been delivered so far from St. Catherine High School. Not good by no stretch of imagination. These batters need to rotate the strike.
I hear we see a new bowler being brought into the attack by St. Catherine High. Dejan Lewis, operating from the Wilson end at the north. He will be bowling with the shorter leg side and a strong wind going towards the deep mid-wicket and long on area. So it will be a bit of a challenge if Kurt Walker really times one.
And my good friend eating his chicken leg as well, having fun. There's a chance at a run out.
Oh.
Maybe the wrong hand was implemented here, Akeem.
Yeah, a bit of confusion there. Clearly a single wasn't on. The ball was hit straight to probably the best fielder on the St. Catherine High team, Jaheim Freighter. Didn't have to do much. Just picked up and threw. Not sure what was being thought of by the batters, but luckily a run out was not effected.
This is what pressure does. Batters not being able to get singles nor boundaries. It tends to cause panic, chaos, and just nearly there was one in the middle.
But even if you look at the execution there, Marlon, he tried to overhit that ball as well instead of rocking on the back foot and stroking it. Oh, he struck on the pad just outside of the line of the off stump. That was probably the only saving grace for him there. Dejan Lewis has started well. He batted very well in the St. Catherine High effort, supported Jordan Osborne well, and he's seeking to play a big part with the ball here. Oh, flighted delivery there beats Kurt Walker outside off stump. Again, a very aggressive drive attempted.
And what we've seen from Lewis so far is not afraid to give the cricket balls from here, inviting a drive with a slip in place.
Definitely a good sign. That's well bowled and well played there, asking the questions, and the questions were duly answered by Kurt Walker. Solid in defense.
This St. Catherine High School is not a team easily rolled over. So far so good. The bowling unit has been magnificent.
Slow ball with flight there. On the back foot is Kurt Walker, pushing it out to the man at point. Not a lot of power on it, not able to score a single.
Seemed to be the man Lennox Lawrence. in that position as well.
The all-rounder.
Played a key role today as well. Man in Cup midfielder.
Solid contribution from him with the bat. Oh, not much of a chance there. It was an under edge. The man had slipped. Really had no opportunity to catch that. He was standing a bit tall too early, but still it would have been a really difficult chance.
End of 7, end of the power play. 29 runs were scored. A wicket was lost. It is 29 for 1. Now guess what? It's a maiden to start here from Lewis.
Good over there for Dejan Lewis. Good start. He will look to play a big role for St. Catherine High with the ball. He'll seek to stifle these St. George's batters and create wicket-taking opportunities.
So you look at the scorecard. None of the batters so far gotten into double figures, while the extras into double figures.
Yeah, the extras have been the leading scorer thus far. They've been batting well. A lot of flair. And it's skipper, well, not the skipper, it's actually Jordan Osborne coming into the attack now. The top scorer for St. Catherine High with the bat, and he will be operating here from the road end at Emmett Park, the end where the basketball court is situated. And he will be bowling right arm wrist spin, right arm leg spin.
I like this tactics as well from St. Catherine High School. Loved it to go with the leg spinner. And he will spin. Is it away, Akeem?
Yeah, he'll be spinning away from the right hand, and he's starting with the wind in his back. And he gets a positive start there. Good delivery inside edge from Marquise Edwards. It goes down to the vacant fine leg area. They come through for a single, but that was a good start. I also like this feel from St. Catherine High. They've started with the slip, which I think is very important, and they have a packed offside, and they will be asking questions of these batters.
Not the best of running either between the wickets from the two St. George's batters. Only a run, while the score goes up to 30 for 1.
And this is the first over outside of the first power play. We see a wide delivery there from Jordan Osborne. Walker got onto the back foot, struck that ball firmly, took cover, and just took off. I think he would be better suited in waiting until the ball's past the fielders to go off for the run. But thus far, he has been favored with luck, and he was able to get through for another single there.
Maybe it's the cause of it's Lennox Lawrence, a footballer, why he chanced the arm and got an easy run in the end, but very risky.
Yeah, he was juggling there, Marlon, but definitely the wrong sport.
Such a good midfielder for St. Catherine High School in Manning Cup football.
Oh, full toss there from Jordan Osborne, firmly pushed down to mid-off by Marquise Edwards. I'm sure his eyes lit up when he saw that full toss, and he would have been hoping to pounce in a great way. Was only able to get the single, but most importantly, another run to the St. George's College total.
It goes up to 32 now for 1. Brings the struggling Walker back in strike, who's on 8 from 32 deliveries.
Oh. He almost charged off again there for a single. It's almost as if every ball that hits the bat, he's seeking to run. The game is not played like that, son. You have to wait.
I wonder if he's a part of that track and field team preparing for champs for 2026.
Walker digs out a Yorker there. Very full delivery. Almost drove over it, but at the last minute he jammed the bat and stopped midway through the drive. A decent start by Osborne. What I'm encouraged by, Marlon, is the number of wrist spinners here on display in this game. not a lot of wrist spinners generally play in the urban area Great Shield, but in a game like this, we've already seen 3.
You're absolutely correct. 3 runs from the over as well so far.
Shorter delivery there. Walker on the front foot trying to play that. I thought he would have gone back, would have been better suited going onto the back foot and trying to push it into a gap, but ends the over with a dot ball and decent start from Osborne.
8 completed, 32 for 1. 3 singles came from the first 3 deliveries and the last 3 dot deliveries. This is a good start here from Osborne.
It's not a bad start for St. George's College here. They've gotten through 8 overs, only losing 1 wicket. But they would like to, in their estimation, get some more singles scored, rotate the strike a bit better. That is the area in which they're lacking.
Yes, you're absolutely correct. But you look at the innings so far from a young Walker. He has faced over 30 deliveries so far, and he's not yet into double figures.
Strike rate below 30 at this stage, and he'll be looking to pick things up, but I think his intent has to be clearer and he can look at getting more singles. He's trying to score boundaries all the time and it has not worked out.
Well, Lewis is back. A maiden to start his proceedings. He's back for his second.
Oh, that one spun down the leg side there, but the field has been well set. There's a man at short fine leg, so it's a wide ball. The batters would not have been able to get a single even if Marquise Edwards had gotten bat on it.
Good signs as well for young Lewis. He's very tall and he's getting the ball to spin, and he's also getting bunks as well.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited at seeing him operate here, and I will be paying keen attention to this spell. Well, he beats Edwards outside off stump there in flight. It's a wide delivery though. Edwards almost threw the kitchen sink at it, but an offside wide from an off spinner tells you how wide that delivery pitched.
And Lewis conceded his second run. But look at Edwards. He almost loses balance in playing after that delivery. Tells how wide it is outside the off stump. 34 for 1.
Oh, short and wide delivery on the line of leg stump. Edwards got into position early to pull it, but was unfortunate in picking out the fielder.
Things getting worse for St. George's College. That was short. It was down the leg side, and he picked out that lone fielder at backward square, and it's a dot delivery. This one is turned towards square leg reach, and it's a run. And the total goes up to 35 with that run. And Edwards goes up to 4 and brings Walker back in strike, who is 8 from 35 deliveries, Akeem.
Yeah, that was good rotational strike there from Marquise Edwards. Didn't look to overhit the ball, just dropped it into the vacant gap.
Oh, wow. That ball spun. It really spun. Pitch outside the off stump, spun, beating the right-hander on the line of the leg stump.
I understand the situation that Dejan Lewis is facing here, because I've gone through phases like this where it almost seems as if it's spinning too much, but what he has to think about is forcing the batters to play a cover drive almost every ball. That must be the thought. Good delivery there again, flighted just outside off stump, brought Walker forward, got an inside edge, but the field well set and it trickled to the man at backward square. And St. George's College really in a crunch here. They're being squeezed by St. Catherine. Not a lot of run scoring opportunities being presented.
And I'm glad you mentioned that point. It came with a wicket. A slow delivery, flighted outside the off stump. And the struggling Walker looking for the big booming drive. Dragged the back foot. And a smart pick up wicket keeping from the wicket keeper. And Walker has to go for a struggling 8. It is now 36 for 2.
But it brings you back to the point that I mentioned earlier, Marlon. Lewis almost has to seek to force the batters to play a cover drive at every chance. And a while ago, he was accurate with the flight, with the line, with the length. It spun through Kurt Walker. He dragged his back foot, and before he could even think of getting the foot back, the keeper whipped the bails off, and the batter was out stumped.
What credit must be given to Dejan Lewis? He must be listening to you in the commentary box with that delivery. It was very slow, enticing the drive, spun through the gate, and a smart bit of wicket keeping, as we mentioned, done just for St. Catherine High School.
Yeah, that was very good execution there. That's a spin bowler's wicket. Those are the types of wickets that I like to see. I like to see the bowlers using guile, and I love to see the wicket keepers getting involved.
36 for 2, and this is over number 9. Still a far way to go in this encounter. Still lovely condition for cricket, lovely breeze, and beautiful sunshine as well. This is a fantastic day for cricket, Akeem.
Definitely, the day has really gone full circle and come around. I'm very happy that we've gotten the opportunity to have a day of cricket like this. Good conditions, good pitch, and just a great opportunity for these youngsters.
What a disappointing day for young Walker as well. Struggled to score singles. He got up to, I think it's 8 from 37 deliveries. Only one boundary.
Yeah, it was a bit of a struggle for him with the bat, but he will be eagerly looking towards tomorrow and hoping to have a better day and a better outcome.
As over number 9 comes to an end, a successful one for young Lewis. A wicket, and 3 came from it. It is 36 for 2.
And again, we're here at the Abnormal Cricket Bonanza, day 1 of a 2-day best of 2 competition between St. George's College and St. Catherine High. Credit must go out to our sponsors: E-Learning Jamaica, Parry Jamaica, Boys Town Cricket Club, the Aviation College of the Americas, and Yardy Sports, who have put in the effort and support to get this staging of this competition off the ground.
You look at the bowling effort so far. Captain Freighter 1 for 13, and of course young Lewis 1 for 4 from his two wicket takers so far.
What I'd like you to note, Marlon, is that since the spinners have come on, they've bowled 3 overs for 7 runs. They've been squeezing the St. George's College batting effort. A dot ball there by Jordan Osborne to start. It was on the shorter side. Looked as if it would have spun out to be called a wide, but it was just inside the margin.
Edwards, 4 from 13 deliveries, not been able to score freely either. It's been a struggle for St. George's batting unit so far. A loud appeal, that must be close, give on.
Yeah, you definitely can't miss that one. There's a very good delivery from Jordan Osborne. Almost looked like it skidded straight on like a slider. Edwards did not see that one coming, did not play for it, was looking for spin, and he was struck dead in front. As soon as it hit the pad, you just knew that the dreaded finger from the umpire would have come up.
I think that was a trap set from Osborne. The delivery before was flighted outside the off stump, and then the next delivery, quicker, flatter, trapped in front. An easy decision for umpire Johnson. Young Edwards has to go for 4 from 14 deliveries. It is now 36 for 3.
Yeah, he was definitely set up there. A good bit of skill employed by Jordan Osborne. The big booming leg break the ball before, and then the slide of the ball after. Batter had no chance.
Disappointing Edwards. He was struggling to get boundaries, struggling even to get singles, but he has to go with his team under immense pressure at 36 for 3.
Here we see Osborne getting a bit of cramp. He spent a lot of time out in the middle batting. Probably didn't budget on being out there for that long, and it has resulted in him having some cramp now. He needs to up the hydration so he can get through this bowling effort for his team.
Well, the new batter is Young Gray, national under 15 leg spinner. Well, he's at number 5 and needs a partnership. Is this St. George's team, the home team as well?
Yeah, Gray is in early here to bat, but he is somebody who spends a lot of time occupying the crease, and he'll be looking to do that here. Oh, that's a positive shot there by Jade Gray. Firm off drive to mid-off. Positive intent from him early out.
Well, it took him only one delivery to get off the mark. And as I mentioned, positive intent been shown as well. Came on the front foot. And just the position, left or right, off, mid-off. With this lightning fast outfield, would have been a bounce, but straight to mid-off. Only a run as the total goes up to 37 for 3.
Yeah, that sounded very good coming out of his AB 213 bat. Very well played, very well timed, and it's encouraging to see him starting with that. It shows confidence.
And his father should be watching this as well. QC.
Shout out to Junior Gray.
Oh my word, a fan of cricket who loves the game. Plays his cricket for Bushy Park Masters in the parish of Clarendon.
Oh, short delivery there by Osborne. Presented the chance for the batter to get onto the back foot and cut or back drive it. He was a bit late, a bit cramped for room. Was the wicket keeper there, David Jones. Generally, wicket keepers are very good sweepers and cutters of the ball, and we look to see if Jones has that in his skill set.
Well, he was good behind the stump today as well for St. George's College.
Well played there, solid in defense. There is David Jones. Good forward defensive shot.
Solid as a rock to complete over number 10. The total 37 for 3.
Yeah, here we see St. Catherine High clawing their way back into the game. It wasn't the greatest of power plays from them, but as soon as they introduced their spinners, Jordan Osborne and Lewis, they have really put a halt on the progress of the St. George's College team. Very good bowling, not a lot of opportunities to score on offer, and they are clawing their way back into this game.
Yes, indeed. Evenly poised at the moment at this similar stage. St. Catherine was 4 wickets down, and in fact now St. George's College, the home team, at 37 for 3.
Lewis will be looking to ask questions here at Jade Gray. As I mentioned earlier, he has to force the batters to try to cover drive almost every ball. That's the region he has to look to pitch the deliveries in.
Well, he has been very, very good with his variation so far. His first was a maiden. His second, 4 came from it and a wicket. And now a dot to start his third.
But if you can see there at how Gray defended the ball, it ended up on the leg side almost behind square. That shows you how many revs, how much spin is on the ball. And these are good signs from Lewis.
Not going to be easy to play young DeJohn Lewis. His ability, his rotation has been brilliant. The ability, the variation, impeccable so far. And he's one to watch in Grey Street cricket for 2026.
And definitely, he's been operating very well here. I'm excited to see the deliveries being flighted and them going up and down. A lot of revs being imparted on the ball. It's positively stroked to the offside there by Jade Gray. He will do well to keep his gate closed, as they call it, the gap between bat and pad, because that is where Lewis is seeking to exploit. He has to get close to the deliveries and keep Lewis out. Whoa, St. George's College are fortunate to get a run there. It's a wide ball because of the spin down the leg side. But the man at short fine leg was almost in the wicket keeper's pocket. I'm surprised that they were able to get through for a single there safely. 2 wides.
A misfield there by the short fine leg fielder allows an easy run off the wide. So it's 2 wides as the total goes up to 39 for 3. And this is over number 11 in pursuit of 152 for victory.
Oh, and he's bowled. Beaten in the flight there is David Jones. Lewis gave it a lot of air. Jones went down on his knees, tried to play the slug sweep, but the ball dipped, and before he knew it, it ended up in his mid stump. Big wicket there for St. Catherine High.
It was a poor judge shot from wicketkeeper David Jones. The off spinner flighted very slow. He was in the shot very early, spun and hit the top of Midland leg stump. Credit again to young Lewis. His second, 2 for 6 in over number 3.
Yeah, that was very well bowled there by Jones, expertly exploiting the weakness in Lewis's game. A clear deficiency, beaten in the flight, but he's operating very well. Here is Dejan Lewis. He's bowling at an end that is generally a bit difficult for the off spinners to operate from, but he has not been daunted by the task, and he is executing well.
The figures tell us it all from the off spinner. He has been very, very good so far. He has managed to control things so far, and figures shows it all. 2 for 6 in over number 3. And St. George's College at home, they are wobbling. They are 39 for 4.
Yeah, not what St. George's College would have ordered. After getting through the power play at about 30 for 1, they've lost the last 3 wickets for about 8 or 9 runs. The spin has really proven to be of their undoing here, as we see the new batsman Miguel Francis come into the crease, the younger brother of the captain, Mikel Francis. And he'll be hoping to spend some time here with former national under-15 representative Jade Gray at the non-strikers end. Oh, a lot of spin on offer here. You can see it. That one ended up down the leg side, but the umpire judged it to have passed too close to the batter to be called a wide.
Well, just maybe that ball passed and then spun down the leg side. But a good over. Only 2 came from it. A wicket. It is 39 for 4.
Yeah, a lot of good questions being asked here by Dejan Lewis. Good spell thus far. He is bowling in partnership with Jordan Osborne, and they've really put the squeeze on the St. George's effort.
Yeah, so far so good. The bowling unit of St. Catherine High School has been brilliant, and they are finding ways to pick up wickets at crucial time. 4 gone already, and still inside 12 overs.
Yeah, St. Catherine have clawed their way back into the game. It's been good stuff from their spin bowlers. You can see that the seamers that they have pace and ability, but they weren't asking enough questions with the ball, enough wicket-taking questions, enough deliveries at the stump. But the spinners are doing just that. Gray is onto the back foot there to a delivery that I thought was a bit full in length, almost squeezed it out, and not much pace on it, and it goes into the cover region. He would have been better suited going forward there for sure.
You're absolutely correct, Akeem. But struggling is the way forward. 39 for 4, St. George's College. And a good delivery, a loud appeal, maybe some butt involved. An excellent decision from umpire Johnson, the man from cool Manchester. And in fact, both umpires doing a fantastic job so far. Akeem Fraser.
Yeah, definitely. When you don't have to make mention of the umpires, it means that they're having a good game. It's always a sign when you think about the sports and the officiating.
This one, punch off the back foot from Gray. Can't pierce the offside field. It's another dot delivery. And in this inning so far, dot deliveries. There's a lot of dot deliveries soaked up by this St. George's College team.
Yeah, dot deliveries have definitely been the order of the day. They have dominated this effort thus far.
Another full delivery, this time squeeze out to that mid-wicket region, and yet again another dot delivery. This St. George's College team not finding it easy to score singles, not to mention boundaries. It's very, very difficult. In this over so far, 4 dot deliveries in over number 12.
And when you look at what has been taking place thus far, Jade Gray will prove to be the man that has to carry the brunt of the remaining batting effort for St. George's College. He is not a fast scorer by any means. He occupies the crease, and he will need support from the other batters there. So it's important for St. George's that he gets in, he digs in, and then he starts to find the gaps. He has an important hand to play here.
Jordan Osborne so far has been fantastic. 2.5 overs, 1 for 4. Brilliant.
Yeah, he's definitely been good. He's been at the stump, and he's been forcing the batters to play every ball.
And there you go again, another delivery, forcing Young Gray on the front foot. It's a maiden, over number 12. A maiden comes to an end. It is 39 for 4.
St. Catherine High at this stage, definitely the happier of the two teams. It's been a good bowling effort for them thus far, backed up in the field. They've set the field well. I think I've been impressed by that the most. It has not given St. George's College the opportunity to rotate strike easily or score singles, and it has allowed the bowlers to set the batters up and constantly ask questions.
In fact, both teams have been brilliant when it comes on to the field placement. Credit must be given to both captains.
Definitely, I agree. You see where St. Catherine High has been a bit more aggressive with their field placing. St. George's College probably understanding the limitations of their bowlers a bit more, but they've also set good fields for them. Well, that a misfield there at short fine leg, a flighted delivery by Dejan Lewis. Got some bat from Miguel Francis, almost a top edge. Seemed to have been a regulatory stop for the man at short fine, but there was a misfield, and it allowed St. George's College to scamper through for a single and to get another run on their total.
Poor feeling by that fielder at short fine leg. Gave away an easy run as the total goes up to 40 for 4. And this is over number 13. And Francis gets off the mark with a run.
Firmly struck by Jade Gray there, but it's straight to the man at mid-on. Too much power on it for him to seek a single. He has gotten a bit stronger, Marlon. He's a bit taller now. He's striking the balls a lot better. That will bode well for him in his cricketing future, but now it's about hitting the gaps.
That's exactly right. My good friend Hakeem Fraser hitting the gaps key. 12 deliveries faced so far, only a run. And that's a sore point of this St. George's College in so far, not being able to rotate the strike.
Yeah, it's been a struggle for the St. George's College team, but they'll hope that the batters at least spend some time. When they get deliveries like that, they have to pounce on them. Again, he was all the way on the back foot. It would have been difficult for him to get a single because of how deep he had to go to play that ball. Probably if he went a bit soft and went to the right of the man at mid-wicket, he could have gotten a single.
Well, this has been a brilliant spell of bowling as well from Dejan Lewis and his partner in Osborne as well. Both combined 4 wickets.
I find that off spinners generally do well in schoolboy cricket because of the direction that they spin the ball. They have more deliveries that end up hitting the stump, and so they can ask more questions. That was definitely a single turn down there by St. George's College. The man at the non-striker end showed no real intent to run. They need all the runs that they can get at this stage.
13 comes to an end. I guess it's 40 for 4.
The squeeze definitely being applied by St. Catherine High. They'll be seeking to get another wicket or two in this phase with the spinners. They've only used 4 bowlers thus far, the 2 opening seamers and then the off spin of Lewis and the wrist spin of Jordan Osborne.
The last 2 overs, only a run was scored by St. George's College. In the context of the game, you want to see more rotation off the strike.
Here we have a new bowler coming into the attack for St. Catherine High. It's Tristan Cornwall, who is a right-arm off-spinner as well, I believe. So he'll be operating from the end that I think is favored for the off spinners here at Emmett Park. He'll be operating from the road end, the end to the basketball court.
Well, he didn't got as much runs with the bat. I think you'd want to make up with ball in hand.
Well, he starts off with a short ball there that is well cut behind point by Miguel Francis. The fielder does very well in saving the boundary and pulling it back. I think everyone on the field, including the batters, had given up and expected it to roll into the boundary, but great effort and commitment shown there by Delano Forbes.
Good commitment, excellent commitment. That is what you want to see in youngsters, putting their body on the line, and that was a prime example. It was a short, wide delivery, begging to be hit. And a couple of runs for young Francis. He goes up to 3 from 4 deliveries, total 42 for 4.
The intent from Miguel Francis seems a bit more positive. Not good execution there from him, and it almost presented a catching chance to the man at cover. Diminutive in nature, and he has to wait until the deliveries get a bit closer to him for him to try to drive.
Well, he plays this one under his eye. But quicker, flatter from Cornwall this time around. And what you see from the St. Catherine High School cricketers, mixture of deliveries. Quicker, flatter, slow.
Definitely good variations being employed. That one is jammed into the leg side for a single. Not convincingly played, but the off spinner was operating without a short mid wicket, and it presented the chance for a single to be scored. Short mid wicket, a key fielding position for an off spinner. One of my most important fielding positions when I have the ball in hand.
Run rate just over 3.15 to be exact. And in the entire St. Catherine innings this morning, it was over 5. So the comparison have been different.
The St. George's College team not as fluent in their boundary scoring as St. Catherine High. We saw the St. Catherine High batters pouncing on most of the loose deliveries that they faced. They had ball strikers and boundary scorers. Oh, it's a full toss from Cornwall, a loose delivery. Ended up in it being a top edge from Jade Gray. He definitely missed out on the chance to score a boundary. It's a no ball though. It indicates the height, over waist height. And Gray will be a bit disappointed that he didn't hit that one for 4.
So it's a free hit coming in as well. Poor delivery from Cornwall.
Well, the free hit is hit to mid-on by Miguel Francis. Total miscue caught by the fielder at mid-on. He had the chance to effect a run out, but he probably thought that the batsman would have been out. He didn't throw at all, but another run to the total.
14 completed. It's 46 for 4. Miguel Francis is on 5 from 8. And young Gray is on 2 from 17. And that's way below par base. And they require the run rate at the moment. Still think they are not rotating the strike, not getting boundaries. And you look at the innings of St. Catherine High School, the amount of boundaries that was scored, and you look at the scorecard, sad scorecard, 844025, and you look at a telephone number or a cashpot number, perfect numbers to buy if you're a cashpot fan, Hakeem Fraser.
And here we see another change for St. Catherine High. This looks like Lennox Lawrence coming into the attack. The multi-talented Lennox Lawrence, Manning Cup star midfielder for St. Catherine High, and he seems to be a right arm off spinner as well.
Wow, look at his runner back in Fraser. That tells it all.
I generally get very excited when I see tall off spinners operating. Tall off spinners with big fingers and long hands usually impart a lot of spin on the ball. You think of some of the more dominant off spinners in world cricket, Ravichandran, Ashwin, Nathan Lyon, both of them being 6 feet tall, good height, good flight, good control, good spin.
You look at the amount of wickets they accumulate together as well. Ashwin and Nathan Lan has over 400 test wickets. In fact, closing on that 500 figure mark.
Big wicket taker is Nathan Lyon. Very high on the Australian wicket charts.
Just about a few ahead of Nathan Lan as well.
Good shot there by Miguel Francis. It's a firm push out into the mid-wicket region for a chance. Delano Forbes at deep mid-wicket thought he had a chance to stop it, but it was so well timed. It was a pleasing sound off the bat, and it resulted in a boundary to young Francis.
Wonderful timing of the ball from Francis. And with that boundary, the 50 comes up as well. Slow, but effective. The 50 comes up for St. George's College. It's 50 for 4.
When you look at this field here at St. George's College at Emmett Park, the leg side boundary here is a bit shorter, and I think St. Catherine would be better suited in having the man on the boundary. He's in no man's land now, I think, and he can't really effect any stops where he is.
Well, the first boundary in 7 overs. Wow, took some time, but finally in over number 15, we got a welcome boundary for St. George's College.
Definitely.
There could be a chance for poor return, absolutely poor return. It was a suicidal run, but in the end, very effective. Another run goes up to the total. With that run, the total goes up to 51 now for 4.
I'm thinking about there, Marlon. The man at short fine leg has been there for a while, but he hasn't been very successful in preventing runs. And that's a single there, and it's a lot more positive now from St. George's College. The new bowler has brought about some freedom in run scoring.
Well, 5 came from over number 15. It is 52 for 4.
You look at the scorecard here, we're approaching the water break. The water break will be in 2 overs or so. But with wickets in hand, St. George's College still has an opportunity to chase down the score. They'll need a little bit under 100 runs, but if you're batting towards the end, you're always in the game.
So Cornwall to continue. Punch off the back foot this time around from Gray. Can't score. It's been a struggle for young Gray with bat in hand. 2 from 17 deliveries. And with that single, it's 3 from 18 deliveries now.
It's interesting now because he's gotten a lot stronger and a lot taller. The balls are coming out of his bat with a good ping, but he's just not finding the gaps. I often tell players that it's not really about how hard you hit the ball, but how easily you hit the gaps. And a bit of manipulation is needed on his end here. Oh, that's positively struck by Gray, but it's down to mid-off. Good stop by the fielder at mid-off, but they had to scamper. As I said, Marlon, he's striking the balls well, but sometimes almost too well for him to get a single.
Some of the greats that have dominated Test cricket and international cricket will tell you it's about getting gaps, hitting gaps. And so far in this encounter, we saw a lot of that delivery so far.
Beaten outside off stump there is Miguel Francis. Cornwall is an off spinner, a tall one as well, but he's very different from Dejan Lewis in how he operates. He bowls a bit flatter and he skids the deliveries through a bit more.
And this one goes out to that backward point region, so it's been a struggle. You look at the run rate so far, under 3.5. At this juncture of the game, we expect a more closer run rate to that 5 runs and over mark.
Young Francis has looked good thus far. He's settled down. He seems solid in defense and looks like a player with some ability. Gets a full toss there and he hits it out into the mid-wicket region. Didn't make good contact. As I said, he's a diminutive player, but he's picking up his ones and twos, and he must rely on timing.
Yes, indeed, you're absolutely correct. Now, 16 comes to an end, and it's 54 for 4. And the run rate 3.38. Miguel Francis is on 11 from 16 deliveries, and Gray 4 from 21. And Cornwall completes his second, none for 8. 16 completed. It is 54 for 4. Just heading towards that water break, and so far so good. And credit must be given to St. Catherine High School. They have bowled magnificently well, and this man with ball has been effective so far. Lennox Lawrence, St. Catherine High School, man in the cup, midfielder. Well, he's with ball in hand. Only 6 came from his first, and he starts with a good delivery. What we have seen as well from St. Catherine High School, there's a mixture of deliveries from the bowling unit.
Definitely, and the bowlers seem to be a bit more experienced than the St. George's College bowlers. They seem to play a lot more cricket and a lot more limited overs cricket. So when you look at how they operate, as we say, a delivery that beats the keeper outside off stump, they've gone through for 2. It's gone to the longest boundary off the Emmett Park field here. Could have easily been 3 runs, but the 2 batters in the middle, not the quickest, not blessed with the gift of speed, and they were able to get 2 byes nonetheless. And the runs are flowing a bit more for St. George's College, and they would love for this partnership to blossom and develop a bit more.
56 now for 4, for number 17. This delivery on the line of the leg stump to Francis, who's somehow settling, as I mentioned, and a player with some experience as well, would have played at that senior level in Jamaica Cricket Association competitions for Kingston and St. Andrew.
Yes, he's showing his ability to bat. As mentioned in the St. Catherine High innings, oftentimes you see youngsters playing and they get to 20 or so, or in the teens, and they relax and give the wicket away. We really need more batters that get to the milestones, get to the half centuries, get to the centuries. And St. George's College will be hoping that Francis will get to a half century at least and bat deep into this innings.
Last delivery from Lawrence was a peach of a delivery. Just held its line through to the wicketkeeper, and the wicketkeeper himself couldn't control, but a fantastic delivery from Lennox Lawrence. Into his second, none for 6 so far.
He's definitely showing some guile here. He's showed the ability to spin 1 and 2, but he relies heavily on that straighter ball, that drifter that the off spinners bowl, that hold its line or almost moves from leg to off depending on the angle, and it results in him getting a wicket here. Miguel Francis going across the line of the ball to a delivery that was straight. It picked the outside edge, and it resulted in a smart catch being taken at slip. Very good wicket for St. Catherine High. Good execution.
Credit again to Lennox Lawrence. Kept it cool, kept his control, and bowling wicket to wicket. Result going across the line, Francis, a leaning edge, and a smart bit of feeling at first slip. Wicket number 5 lost, and it's now 56 for 5. This is 16.4 overs, just going at 3.36. And you look at St. George's batting lineup, it's getting away from them slowly but surely.
Definitely, as that wicket brings about the water break here at Emmett Park. St. George's College reeling at 56 for 5 and 16.4 overs. Definitely in a spot of bother.
So the new batter is Jordan Knight, and with his team under immense pressure at 56 for 5. And Akeem Fraser, based on what we have seen so far, a dominating bowling attack from St. Catherine High School.
Definitely, St. Catherine High firmly in the driver's seat here. They've picked up wickets at regular intervals since they've introduced the spin bowlers in control, and they're showing their depth. A good range of options for this team, and they must be a team that will be seeking to upset the dominance of Excelsior High and to a lesser extent St. Jago High in the up and coming Grey Shield competition.
Promising signs as well. Good batting unit, good fielding unit as well. And batting, bowling and fielding, the three aspects of this one is going high drop.
Oh, that is disappointing. Jordan Knight thinks he is out, and a comedy of errors here. A long hop from Lawrence, an easy catch dropped by Cornwall at slip. Knight thought he was out, and he was walking off the park. He was out of the crease. St. Catherine High picked the ball up, threw the ball into the keeper, and they ran Knight out. You really have to play until the decisions have been affected or effected. You can't just walk off like that, and he pretty much gave his wicket away.
56 now for 6. Where was Jordan Knight going? The catch was a soft. It went to the ground, but he was outside his crease walking towards the dugout. And that is absolutely poor from Knight. He has to go first bowler, went without scoring. And somehow, somewhere, the home team, St. George's College, is in more trouble upon trouble at 56 for 6.
That's a very disappointing dismissal. It would be disappointing to the coach. You really can't coach something like that. You have to play until the play has ended pretty much. It was an easy catch, but you have to at least wait and see the fielder completing the catch. He dropped a dolly, and he easily got to make amends because all he had to do was lob it to the keeper. That being said, the over from Lawrence has been completed. And here we have Cornwall continuing to operate from the Roden end.
Well, Gray is on strike at the moment.
That seemed to be a straighter ball there from Cornwall, a drifter. Not much spin imparted on it, left alone by Gray, and it beat the keeper too. Hit his hand and lobbed to the man at first slip. Flighted delivery from Cornwall there, solidly defended by Gray. As I said, he has the ability to occupy the crease and defend his wicket. It's really about adding scoring options to his game.
2 dot deliveries so far from Cornwall.
And he goes into a drive that he misses. The delivery was full enough to execute, but probably took his eyes off it at the last second.
And make that 3 dots in a row from Cornwall.
St. Catherine High really putting the squeeze on St. George's College here.
Another dot delivery, short outside the off stump, looking to pierce the offside field, but no contact and through to the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, he was slow in getting out onto the back foot. He should have been in position a lot earlier. Not a lot of the deliveries are spinning. He can go across the off stump.
And another good delivery, make that 5 dots in a row. This is fantastic bowling effort from St. Catherine High School.
It's very simple stuff, wicket to wicket, flat, straight, and asking the St. George's College batters to force the pace and make the choices.
Well, a maiden over as well. A fantastic 18th over comes to one in a maiden. It is now 56 for 6.
St. Catherine High firmly in control of this contest. They really have come back into the game with the use of the spinners. The spinners have operated expertly and they have really put the squeeze on.
Gray still at the wicket. Some 4 from 27 deliveries. No other batter stood up and bat around, and hence St. George's College in immense trouble at the moment.
They're in serious trouble here. They'll need the scoring to be picked up. As I said, Gray occupying the crease. He needs some support, but he also needs to find the gaps. He's hitting the balls a lot more firmly, getting better contact, better timing, but just not finding the gaps. We see a bit of cramp here for another St. Catherine High player. It looks as if it's Jordan Osborne. He has had a longer day than probably expected. Not good signs for his coach. It's only a 35 over contest and he hasn't gone the full length. So he'll need to work on the hydration, and I'm sure the coach will work on the fitness for the rest of the season.
A sad batting chart here for the home team, St. George's College. 56 for 6. What an excellent bowling effort from St. Catherine High School. Lewis has 2 valuable wickets, and this man with bowling, and Lennox Lawrence, he has a wicket, and the off spinners doing just for St. Catherine High School.
Yeah, they've been doing a good job. They're putting the squeeze onto the St. George's College innings. Not trying to use a lot of guile, a lot of flat deliveries, a lot of straighter balls, drifters. They're really just asking questions, forcing St. George's College to play at every delivery, not giving anything away, no width, no full balls, and really just testing the patience. And that's firmly struck there by Nathan Colley down to mid-off. Well, Narelle Colley, my mistake. He's off strike, first ball.
Total goes up to 57 now for 6. And he gets off the mark. Second delivery brings Gray back on strike, who's on 4 from 27.
Oh, great. Beaten there again by a very good straighter ball from Lennox Lawrence. He isn't trying to spin many, but Gray is playing for the spin. That one beat him all ends up. Well bowled, and I think the man at slip is in the game. We saw him taking a catch last over, and he's in the game again here, I think.
Gorgeous delivery there coming in from Lawrence. And a positive stroke there coming in from Gray, but still yet to score. It's another dot delivery. 4 from 28 deliveries. And you want to look back at the game where he could have scored more runs, rotate the strike more, and his team could be in a better position as well, as this one is driven out to a wide-ish mid-on area, only for a run. The total goes up to 58. Gray goes up to 5, and this is over number 19.
Yeah, he used the wrist there and worked that one out to mid-on, got through for a single. St. Catherine High will be looking to wrap up from here, I think. It's a shorter delivery from Lawrence, not a great ball. Colley couldn't time it well. It only succeeded in getting it back to the bowler.
Oh. Another gorgeous delivery, this time from Lawrence. Held his line, and another brilliant over comes to an end. Only 2 came from it. It is 58 for 6.
Lawrence has succeeded in consistently beating the batters on the outside edge. When you think about the off spinners, generally the inside edge that they challenge, but Lawrence is only an off spinner in name because not a lot of spin being imparted. It's mainly straighter balls and drifters.
Well, he has been efficient so far with those straighter deliveries, having batters in all sorts of bother 2s and 3s.
Doing a very good job for his team here and doing well in putting the squeeze on. As we see another bowler being brought into the attack here for St. Catherine High. The new bowler is Rajay Wilson.
Well, we have seen 8 bowlers used this morning for St. George's College. And now we are very close to seeing 8 from St. Catherine High School.
It's a good opportunity for teams to showcase their depth and give players opportunities. And it's encouraging to see both teams utilizing that. Well, Rajay Wilson starts with a wide there. You can see that he is not one of the usual operators for St. Catherine. Seems to be just operating to get through a couple of overs, them experimenting.
Well, he has a duck delivery in his arm, with that delivery, quicker, flatter, beating the right hand outside the off stump. That's Gray.
He beats Gray outside off stump again, slow on getting onto the back foot. That's another wide ball.
Some cool wind blowing across the commentary box as well. What a lovely day it has been so far on a Saturday afternoon as well. St. George's College next to Sabina Park, the home of cricket. A quick single, chance! And an easy run in the end to Gray. The total goes into the 60s and should be 61 for 6.
Easy single completed there in the end. Gray went out onto his front foot, pushed it into the offside and then took off. It brings Narelle Colley on strike. Not one of the stronger bowlers here, and they should be looking at opportunities to capitalize and score off him.
Not the best of strokes either from Colley, and a dot delivery that goes out to that cover region. Well, this is a sore point throughout the St. George's inning so far. The ability to rotate the strike has been poor, absolutely poor, as the total kept on 61 for 6. And this is over number 20.
It definitely has been, and then we see that they're not blessed with the ability to strike boundaries, as we see them scampering through for a leg by here. St. Catherine High almost shut off a while ago. That's a ball that the wicket keeper or the man at slip should have chased. Well, there are a number of fielders that could have chased it, but they seem to just have shut off.
Total up to 62 for 6. Colley on 1 from 7 and Gray on 6 from 31 deliveries, and Wilson 4 deliveries into his first, none for 3.
Oh, and that's a full toss, and it's duly dealt with by Jade Gray. He's been waiting on a gift like that. It's also a no ball above the waist height, full toss, and a well-needed boundary, something to up the strike rate of Jade Gray.
A welcome boundary for St. George's College. And Gray is first as well. He goes up to 10 from 32 deliveries. And that was a poor delivery from Wilson. And he got the treatment it deserved.
And he's also gotten a free hit here, so he'd be hoping to capitalize on this. And this bowled all ends up. Didn't seem convincing at all. Didn't get anywhere close to it.
This is the second time a free hit has Kennel into that stump for St. George's College this afternoon?
Definitely. You think about limited overs cricket and you think about the players and they hear the no balls and the free hits and all they're thinking about is hitting the ball hard, sometimes without clear intent or a clear plan as to where they want to play the shot.
And over number 20 comes to an end. 8 came from it. It is 67 for 6. Gray on 10 from 34 deliveries. And Colley on 1 from 7. You look at the bowling effort so far. Lewis, the pick of the bowler so far, 2 for 7. And of course, Osborne, 1 for 4. And Lennox, 1 for 8. And the captain himself, 1 for 13. That's Freighter. And each bowler under 5 runs and over so far. And the most expensive of the bowlers used so far is the captain, who is going at 4.33.
Well, we see St. Catherine High, they have employed a lot of bowlers. They are utilizing their options and giving everybody an opportunity to take part in this game. Here we see a bat drive played by Colley, over cover, not the greatest of contact on it. Got a lot of elevation, but not a lot of power or timing, but they're able to get through for 3 runs. They did very well there to complete 3 up at that end.
And the total goes up to 70 with that shot over that extra cover region. And Colley goes up to 4 from 8 deliveries and exactly 50 strike rate, while Gray is on 10 from 34 deliveries. Lawrence into his 4th, 1 for 11 so far.
Lawrence operating smartly here. It's pretty much wicket to wicket stuff. Not really asking big questions of the batters, just forcing them to come forward and play that straight bat every time. And if they get too fancy or too cute, he will dismiss them.
Yeah, and he has been very, very economical so far as well. Just going at that 3 runs and over mark so far.
He's operated very well thus far, and he will be a key player for them in this Grey Shield competition. You think about somebody like Lawrence, who bats at about number 7 or so. Handy with the bat, handy with the ball, and I'm sure he's an athletic fielder, good contributor, important part of the team.
Well, he's an excellent delivery. Where did that got through? Well, it got through the legs of the fine leg fielder. Well, that was a superb delivery. Look at that delivery, Akeem Fraser. That delivery should remind you so much of playing cricket for Kingston Cricket Club and also the Scorpions.
Yeah, that was a great delivery there. That was such a good one. It beat everyone. It beat the keeper. It beat the batter. It beat even the man at short fine leg. Nobody had an answer to that ball. Oh, it's a leading edge there from Jade Gray. It was a full toss on the line, a leg stump. If he had gotten the bat on that correctly and it hit the middle, I'm sure he would have been rewarded with 4. Seemed to have been a bit early. Got a leading edge, but fortunately for him, it landed in no man's land in the backward point region, and he was able to get through for a single.
21 completed. 6 came from it. It is 73 for 6. So you look at the batting chart so far, not the best if you're a St. George's fan. 73 for 6. Top scorer so far. Gray with 13 from 39 deliveries. Francis 11 from 20. And all those numbers, if you're a fan of Cashpot, it's a day to buy Cashpot at 73 for 6.
And here we see Tristan Cornwall coming back into the attack. The 1-over experiment a while ago has been ended.
Already ball his 3, none for 8. Cornwall would want to prize a wicket here for St. Catherine High School. And St. George's College on the back foot, reeling on the back foot at 73 for 6.
Well, an easy single effected there by St. George's. The call was a bit late. Nathan Narell Colley took a while to charge off from the non-striker's end, but Aiken at backward square leg is hugging onto the 30-yard circle. Not blessed with a lot of speed, and he was late in attacking that ball.
Colley's on strike. Striking exactly 50 at the moment, 4 from 8 deliveries.
Full toss there, pushed to mid-off, and they charge through for a single. Not the greatest feeling here from St. Catherine High. It's getting a bit sloppy, getting a bit loose. They're giving runs away now.
And that's Lawrence. And they're giving away an easy run as the total goes up to 75 now for 6.
Solid in defense there, Jade Gray. When he gets stronger, Marlon, a delivery like that, I know you in your prime would have lofted that over long off. Couldn't bowl that to you at all.
Yeah, history was those time. It's now present moment for the youngsters as this one is driven out to that cover region, this time fielded by Lawrence. And there's no run. The score is kept on 75 for 6.
Yeah, the Gray already has the ability to occupy the crease. It's an underrated ability, especially for youngsters at this age. So you'd only hope that he gets stronger, and then practices a lot more to hit the gaps. He already has the foundation, I think, and the base to be a very handy all-rounder. We know about his leg spin, but I think there's ability there with the bat, and with a lot more thought and practice, he can get better results and have better execution.
There's a chance. Gone. And Gray, long innings comes to an end. Went for 14 from 43 deliveries. And St. George's College in more trouble upon trouble at 75 for 7.
It was a long hot, Marlon. It was asking to be hit, but he just did not execute effectively. He got up and under that ball. He hit it so high, and then he was hitting it into the wind that it was almost held up. It gave an easy catching opportunity to the man at deep mid-wicket. If he had tried to pull that ball down and hit the gap, I'm sure he would have gotten 4, but just execution letting him down there, and probably a bit of fatigue as well.
And Cornwall picks up his first as well. Join the wicket column. In his fourth, 1 for 10. And Gray disappointed, should be. And he went for 14 from 43 deliveries. And 75 now for 7. A sad batting chart.
Good catch taken there by Thomas at the deep mid-wicket position. As mentioned earlier, he was not all the way on the ropes, but he was stationed well, and it presented an easy opportunity to him.
So it seems to be Lewis being brought back in the attack. And Smiley is the new batter. He's at the non-strikers end at the moment. But Colley's back on strike.
Oh, good flight there by Lewis. It spins through the batter. Colley beat the keeper as well, trickled to the man at short fine leg. As mentioned previously, short fine leg has not been very successful in preventing the scoring of runs. They've fielded a lot of balls, but they've just not been stationed close enough to prevent singles from being scored.
And Smiley getting ready to face his first delivery. Already has been effective with ball in hand, picking up some 4 wickets today. And now he's called upon with the bat in hand. Can he be effective as well with bat in hand?
Oh, and he's solid in defense there. Didn't stride out a lot and played that one right under his eyes. I'm sure Lewis here will be bowling and thinking about a forward short leg. When I saw that forward defense, it's the first thought that came to my mind. Bit of a suicidal single here. It was a short delivery down the leg side. Smelly missed out on the pull shot, and the keeper got in the way of the man at square leg, and that resulted in a single being scored, 2 wides. That's the issue that Dejan Lewis will have. He's tall, he gives the ball air, he puts a lot of revs on it, but he will end up bowling a lot of wide deliveries spinning down the leg side if he's not pinpoint accurate. And a bowler like him will need to do a lot of spot bowling leading up to the Grey Shield season. Oh, that's a good catch there at mid-off. Very good catch. It's a delivery that was short, slower, and Collie got good contact but only succeeded in hitting it straight to the fielder at mid-off.
I tell you what, that's a smart catch there at mid-off. That ball took off. It really took off. Oh, good judge catch from the fielder at mid-off. Collie has to go for a brisk 5 from 11 deliveries. And somehow St. George's College losing their way at 78 for 8.
Definitely Lewis coming back into the attack was a positive move. Not his best delivery for the day, I would say, but the pressure that he has built has resulted in some success, and he succeeded in getting another wicket here.
Well, he has figures of 3 for 9 into his 5th. That's a terrific spell of bowling so far from the young, tall off spinner from St. Catherine High School.
The new batsman in now is Rajay Peck. He had a good day with the ball, bowling his left arm orthodox spin. Left-handed batsman here. Surprised to see him this late in the order down at number 10. He has some work to do because he's somebody that I would like to see batting a bit early, especially at school level.
Well, both batters in the middle would have picked up 7 wickets between each other today in their bowling effort. Would call upon with the bat with a massive total ahead if they are to cross the line.
Definitely, it's a big ask from them now. I think St. George's College would more be aiming at batting their full allotment of 35. That would be a positive to take from their batting effort.
I think still another 74 runs for victory with 2 wickets in hand.
And a bit of a gift left alone there by Peck. A full toss just outside the line of the off stump. That's a delivery that he should have gone out to and driven all along the ground for 4, I think. I saw him doing some knocking up in the pavilion here at Emmett Park before, and I'm sure I saw him playing 1 or 2 cover drives.
Well, he leaves this one outside the off stump again. And some words been issued as well from Lewis. 2 good spinners, one left from orthodox and another off spinner. 2 young prospects of Jamaica and West Indies cricket as well.
Definitely a bit of banter going on now. I used to the St. Catherine High fielders closing in on Peck. He plays an ill-advised shot across the line. I'm not sure if it was a sweep or a slug. He didn't really commit. Luckily for him, there was a lot of bounce and offer. Hit him around the waist and was adjudged to be not out.
And 23 completed. Only 2 came from it. A wicket. It is 78 for 8. Throughout the St. George's College innings so far, the run rate has been below 4 throughout. Just about that 3.35, 3.39 to be exact now. This has been a beautiful bowling effort from St. Catherine High School. Started today winning the toss, batting first, got up to 151 all out in 29.4 overs. And so far with the ball, managed to keep St. George's College under immense pressure at 78 for 8.
Definitely, it's been a good day and a good display of cricket for St. Catherine High thus far. They'll be seeking to wrap up here. A good effort, good consolidation from the lower half of their batting, and then the bowling has been positive right through. There we see Smelly getting an outside edge down to third man. They were successful in getting one. They wisely turned down the second run.
And the total goes up to 79 with that run from Smelly. He gets off the mark with that run as well, and brings Peck back on strike. Yet to get off the mark from 3 deliveries. And Lennox Lawrence, the man in cup midfielder, 1 for 15 into his 5th.
Yeah, we see him operating from the road end now, a change of ends for him. He's had a good day, I think, a good warm-up, a good practice game, getting him into the Grey Shield season. A lot of positives to be taken from this game for him. The leave alone has been the shot of choice for Ajay Peck thus far. Doesn't seem to be interested in using his bat, and I will advise him that Lennox Lawrence is not spinning many, so he would be advised to stride out and use that bat.
Well, he has faced 3 deliveries so far. In fact, 4, and 3 of those are leave alones.
He goes into the sweep shot again. A lot of bounce and offer. Hits him high, hits him in the chest. So it's only been leave alones and sweeps.
That seemed to be his trademark in this encounter so far. 2 sweeps and 3 leave alone from 5 deliveries.
Yeah, he's definitely reminding me of Paul Harrison now. Oh, that's a good stroke there, Peck. Well fielded by Skipper Freighter at short cover.
So the first delivery was a run. Since then, 3 dot deliveries from Lawrence.
Good stroke there by Peck on the back foot. It beats the man at extra cover on the circle, getting close to the boundary, and he succeeds in getting 4 runs. Good bat drive there played by Peck, and that is more of the positive intent that we've been talking about. Well pounced upon.
A welcome boundary for Peck off the back foot. And such a classy left-hander when he gets into stride. That was a prime example. Gorgeous through that cover region. His first boundary as the total goes into the 80s. In fact, 83 now for 8.
And there we saw Rajay pecking away at the St. Catherine High total.
And the sweeper is 3/4 inside the boundary as well. Well, he didn't offer a shot this time around left outside the arse stump. As the 24th comes to an end, 5 came from it. It is 83 for 8.
There was another leave alone, and it almost looked as if it ended up over the stump based on the reaction of the wicket keeper. Seems to favor that leave alone. It's very interesting for a batter at this stage of the innings, but he has his mode of operating, and it's been working for him thus far.
You look at the score now at 83 for 8. At 83 for 2, it would been a more closer game based on how the wicket is playing and the amount of batting would have left. But at 83 for 8, it's really out of sort right now as we speak for St. George's College.
That's well played there by Smelly. A pull shot out to deep mid wicket. Didn't hit it as firmly as he would have liked, but the execution and the shot selection definitely was on. There we saw Peck turning his back to the game and speaking to the wicket keeper. He would be better advised to keep his eyes on the ball.
So Lewis with some decent figures, 3 for 10 into over number 6 for him, and the 25th of the innings for St. Catherine High School at 84 for 8.
He's been asking the right questions thus far. I used to get excited in seeing left-handed batsmen coming out to face me because I knew I could spin a couple past them and then set them up for that straighter ball, and I'm sure Lewis is thinking about that. That ball beats Peck, all ends up, pitches at on about off, mid and off stump, and rips past the outside edge and into the waiting hands of the wicket keeper. Good execution.
This is fantastic spin bowling from young Lewis. The ability to spin the ball, the ability to rotate, the ability to slow up deliveries. Very, very impressive off spinner.
That one is a bit slower, but Peck goes across the line. That's what happens when you have flight and spin on the ball. If there were catchers closer, it would have presented an opportunity to them. Peck needs to wait a little bit and play the ball much closer to him and under his eyes.
There's a lot of off spinners in this St. Catherine High School lineup, and they are very effective.
They're very effective, and all of them are different. All of them have different modes of operating. Well, Peck has succeeded in gifting his wicket away. He got a leading edge before trying to play a flick, and this time he went a bit harder, got the leading edge, got it a bit higher, and it just presented an easier chance at a catch for St. Catherine High.
And wicket number 4 as well for Dejan Lewis. What a fantastic spell of bowling this has been. He came and he delivered for his team, his captain, and more so his coach. Will really appreciate a fantastic spell of bowling. The 9th wicket fell with the score at 84.
Yeah, he has executed very well here, Dejan Lewis, and he's deserving of a 5-wicket haul. It's been good bowling. He has operated well. And as the last batter comes in, I'm sure he'll be thinking of the fifer.
He really deserves it. You look at his bowling effort so far, it's very economical. Into his 6, 4 for 10. And the St. George's College, the home team, in more than a spot of bother at 84 for 9. Inside 25 overs.
The writing is almost on the wall here. It's been difficult going for St. George's College. I think they had a positive start with the ball, but they allowed St. Catherine High to escape their grasp. I think got to a score that was probably 20 or 30 too many, and just chasing down that total has proven to be difficult.
Well, the new batter, or the final batter for this St. George's College team is Mitchell, and he'll be on strike as well. Not known for his batting
at all. 13 years old, a great opportunity for him, good exposure, and we'll see what he's made of here if he has a solid forward defense.
A good question. I really anxiously waiting to see that defensive stroke from a young 13 years of age youngster with great potential. Well, no mucking around. He's looking to sweep. A short delivery there on the line of the leg stump, and wide spotted by umpire Williams. And it's another run. The total goes up to 85 now for 9.
Yeah, positive intent there. That was an opportunity to pull, missed out, but he saw it and his eyes lit up and he tried to pounce.
Oh, gorgeous delivery from Lewis. He's special. He's really special, Lewis.
I'm very excited by what I'm seeing. That was a bit of variety there. He pushed that one through flatter. He's been operating by using a lot of flight and spin, but that one was a flatter, straighter ball. Good to see him using up his variations.
So a 5 for Lewis, well deserved. He bowled extremely well, and a 5 goes off the first game of 2. And a magnificent and outstanding achievement for St. Catherine High School. They've won convincingly over the home team, St. George's College.
A big win here for St. Catherine High by almost 66 runs. Good intent, good bowling, good execution. The spinners played a big part for them. Dejan Lewis picking up a 5. I think he operated expertly. Used a lot of guile, a lot of spin, a lot of skill. He was accurate for the most part. He bowled deliveries that were attacking the stumps, and it asked questions. And it followed up his contribution with the bat. He got into the teens, played a good lower order hand supporting Jordan Osborne, and it helped St. Catherine High get to a sizable total, and a total that they could defend. So it was a good outing for Lewis especially.
Well, the two teams in the middle embracing each other. A 66-run victory for St. Catherine High School over the home team, St. George's College. What is the best of 2 in this series will continue tomorrow with the second game. The series can tie as well, Akeem Fraser. It's 1-0 courtesy of St. Catherine High School leading the tournament. But still, a game to be played tomorrow. Can't be too relaxed.
Can't be too relaxed, but they'll be back again at it tomorrow morning. A good start for St. Catherine High. They take the lead in this best of 2 series. Good day for them, good day of cricket. I think Coach Morgan will be happy for the most part. His batters didn't execute as he would have liked, but the bowling unit was smart, they were efficient, and they were accurate. And good signs for them, definitely.
A good signs for young Lewis as well, picking up a 5-wicket haul, 5 for 10. But you look at the batting chart, only 2 batters gotten into double figures, Gray and Francis. That's extremely poor for the home team, St. George's College.
And the other disappointing side for St. Catherine High would be that they conceded 33 extras. St. George's College only scored 85 runs, but 33 of them were extras. And it is an area that St. Catherine High will need to brush up on for tomorrow's game.
You look at the dot deliveries bowled here from St. Catherine High School. Freighter bowled 16 dot deliveries, Forbes 13. But look at young Lewis, picked up 5 for 11, 32 dot deliveries, 14 to Osborne. Cornwall 17. Lawrence has 19 dot deliveries, and of course Wilson has 4. So that's majority of what cost the game for St. George's College. A lot of dot deliveries soaked up.
Yeah, definitely it's an area that they'll have to look at. This format is a bit different from how the Grey Shield competition will be, but the rotation of strike will apply in whatever format of cricket that you play. I think it's an area that they will need to brush up on and put some focus and emphasis on. So work to be done for them, work to be done for St. Catherine High as well, but we will see them again tomorrow morning at 9:30, and I'm looking forward to another exciting day of cricket.
So on behalf of the production team, yours truly Marlon Pinnock and Jamaica Scorpion, all-rounder Akeem Fraser, and the Abnormal Cricket House, we want to say we'll be back tomorrow at 9:30 for day 2, match number 2. Stay tuned. Have a blessed evening.
Jaheem, congratulations to you and your St. Catherine High team winning the first game of the Abnormal Cricket Bonanza. Talk to me about your team's performance, getting the win here by 66 runs.
I really appreciate the victory, but to be honest, we weren't after the best start. We lost early wicket and we didn't bat in partnerships, but our middle order brought back the game in our favour and really made a significant contribution to our team.
You mentioned the contribution of the Midland lower order. It wasn't the greatest of starts for you, as you said. How do you feel about Jordan Osborne's display, your display, and the support from the lower order batters? I don't want to call them tailenders because I want to give them some respect.
Jordan's contribution was really appreciated. This is his top score in cricket, to be honest. So yeah, we're surprised, but we believed in him. And for my batting performance, it wasn't really the best batting. I looked comfortable out there, but I gave away my wicket cheaply. But once again, I'm really happy in the end.
All right. Tomorrow we'll present you guys with another opportunity to make amends with how today has gone. But speak to me about the bowling effort. There were a number of extras. There were 33 extras. I think that was a bit high. But I must commend the bowling of Dejan Lewis. He bowled very well, flighted the ball well, got a lot of spin, and he asked a lot of questions. 5 wicket haul in a limited overs game, 35 overs game. Great execution. Talk about his bowling and the other bowlers.
Where extras is concerned, it wasn't really the best bowling effort, but yeah, we took our opportunities when they presented themselves. And for Dijon, we really appreciate what he has done for the team today. He came out and fight, he held up his head and did his best. The other contributions were really appreciated as well. We fought hard out there and we tried our best.
All right, so congratulations again, Jaheem. You have pretty much won one game, might have one hand on the trophy. Tomorrow will be decider. Be the decider, so all the best to you and your team.
Thank you.
All right, so there we had Jaheem Freighter, the captain of St. Catherine High School, and I'll be inviting Mikel Francis to come and have a talk with me now, the captain of St. George's College. All right, Mikel, not the best of days for you. I think it started off very positively, very well. St. Catherine High were reeling inside the power play and just outside of it. Where do you think they slipped away from you in your bowling effort?
Okay, so in our bowling effort, where I would believe they slipped away from us is in the end, where I believe that the team got complacent and started missing catches, misfeeling balls, and so it gave the lower order batters that came up more confidence to score runs, find singles, and in the end just increase the score and the total.
I agree with it there. You could have seen where the momentum was being transferred from St. George's College to St. Catherine High. They got away from you a bit. Areas for you to brush up on tomorrow, for sure. But how pleased were you with the bowling efforts of Smelly and Rajay Peck?
Alright, so as long as I've known Smelly and Rajay, they've really improved a tremendous astronomical amount. And I'm really proud of them, especially from where they've come from. They've really improved, and I'm proud of them as my frontline bowling unit, and I'd love to see more from them, not just in the match tomorrow, but also in the Grey Shield season that's upcoming.
All right, so we will focus on the batting effort now. Not the greatest score. You guys went down by 66 runs. What I will say is that you didn't lose wickets in clusters. It was a good start, albeit that extras contributed a significant amount. But what positives can you look to take from it, and how can you seek to make amends tomorrow in the effort? You'll be playing against the same team, same opposition, similar bowlers. What can you do differently?
So I would believe rotating the strike, gaining more singles, and batting more patiently, especially in my case, would be a great improvement for tomorrow's match as it comes to run scoring, so that we can become more formidable in the sense so that we can be catching.
All right, I agree with you in that sense. I think that you can give yourself a bit more of a chance. Rotation has also been a sore point, but it's early in the season. This is probably your first practice game or so, and it's a lead up, it's a build up to the Grey Shield season. So all the best for tomorrow, hoping for a better show from your team. I want a closer contest, a more evenly contested game. So all the best to St. George's College.
Yeah, thank you.
No problem.